This conference will now be recorded.
Needs allegiance. The pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks, everybody. Good morning. Chairman Ewing is out of town today, so I'll be running the meeting instead. The first thing we have to do is approve the agenda. Mr. Hopkins, is there any adjustments?
Not necessarily any changes, Mr. Chairman. I would note that a second MOU from Black Hills State University to conduct, I think, a triathlon was included in your packets after the fact. So there will be two MOUs. And then, of course, Board of Equalization will follow your meeting here today. Other than that, I don't know of any changes.
Move to approve with those additions.
Second.
Got a motion second to approve the agenda. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any conflicts today?
Not here.
Okay. Need to approve the meeting minutes for March 26th. I'll move to approve.
Second.
Motion. I'm sorry. Look at it. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Now we are at the bills. Anyone have any questions on bills?
I had mine answered. I'm good.
Move to approve the bills.
Second.
Motion second to pay the bills. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Sign these. This still says Robert Ewing on it. Sign it anyway?
Yes.
Fix that. Travel requests.
I have one travel request from the Public Defender's Office. It is for Becky Schmidt Stevenson to attend the Defending DUI and Drug Training presented by the National Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers in Las Vegas, Nevada from September 18th through September 22nd, 2024. And there is a travel and training agreement attached as well.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Ritchie is here. Answer any questions.
Sorry,
If anybody has any questions on that.
Yeah, has it been budgeted?
It has been.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Most of it.
The motion second to approve the travel requests. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Personnel.
I just have one item today, and it is for the employees to donate sick or donate leave to Sherry Williams according to Article 4, Section 4.1 of the Lawrence County Personnel Manual. And Davita Hansen is here if you have any questions.
Any questions or concerns?
I'd move to approve it.
I'll second that. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Oh, I have a check.
To the auditor's account with treasurer.
This is as of March 31st, 2024, that the total amount of deposits in the banks is $41,205,041.66. Included in that balance is Collier's CD for $5,257,173.07. The bank balance of $20,134,765.76. The U.S. bank balance $14,146,975.86. Money market $1,666,126.97. Total amount of actual cash is $1,350. Total amount of checks and drafts and treasury possession not exceeding 3 days is $213,459.31. And cash $4,820.73. Petty cash $2,725 for a total of $41,427,396.70.
With auditor's account to the treasurer.
Motion second to approve the auditor's account with treasurer. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
We're down to the LEMTG quarterly report, formerly the state and local agreement.
Barb is here to present that.
That's just our quarterly signature page that we submit every quarter for the payment with our grant that pays, excuse me, that pays half of Paul and I's wages.
It's a documentation for the state.
Yep,
cover
documentation
that.
for the state. And
That item,
I presented like everything that we do during the first quarter, second quarter. It's all documented.
for those of you who don't know, it's the local emergency management performance grant, used to be the state local agreement. That we pay half of their salaries, they document what they do, and the state reimburses us for the other. So we just need a motion to allow the chairman to sign. So moved.
Second.
The motion is second, allow the chairman to sign. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Is there more than one copy of this? I think we're just gonna have to- We need to approve the Central City and the St. Ange, the township bonds.
This is the annual thing that we're required to approve. Central City is a bond of 150,000 and St. Ange is 50,000. So I just need a motion to approve those.
So move approval.
Second. Got a motion, a second to approve the bonds for St. Ange Township and for Central City. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Now we have an automatic supplement, the budget transfer 887.75, insurance from the proceeds from the Dodge Durango.
I just need a motion to allow me to transfer that into the chair.
So moved. Second.
Got a motion second to approve the supplementary budget transfer. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Sure.
Okay, now we need to declare surplus scrap topper, steel, old electric motors, sorry. Tim, did you have any comment on that? Just
Yeah, just the stuff that's been in the basement of the courthouse since I've worked here. It's like cut off pieces of copper and brass, and some old electric motors, scrap, just scrap and trash. The check for it, put it in the general fund.
Motion approved.
second. Motion second to approve the surplus of the items. Mr. Aguinaldo's office, any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. We have the 2024 South Dakota DOT County Weed Spraying Agreement.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think there's anything extraordinary. I asked Ryan, I think we're getting a little bit more money for it, but it's pretty comparable to last year's amount. Allows the county to go and spray the DOT right away. It's working cooperation. You're looking for authorization that was shown.
Same as we've ever done.
Yes, as far as that.
Any questions?
Move approval with the state.
The motion second to approve the state county spraying agreement. Any other discussions? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. And then we have MOUs. Is that right now or is that later on?
Right now, yeah, that'll be during the highway time.
Okay, perfect. Sheriff Dean, unless there's anything else in general business that I have not seen.
Good morning. Thank you for the time. Things are going very well up at the building. We're entering into a phase where some of the complexity of the building is starting to reveal itself. But I and our committee are well engaged, and we're handling issues one at a time. They seem to be going very well. So outside of that, I have.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, yesterday, Mr. Aberley showed up. Tim was in my office with me, and Of course, we've had discussions where he essentially approved the easement for his utilities going along the north part of the property. Well, he had some workers out there. He got an approach off the highway from the DOT to put in his driveway in on the southern part, just past the guardrail as you're going up the hill.
For the two big pieces of equipment are sitting.
Yeah, and apparently somebody discovered there could be a conflict about the property corner markers. I think, as I understood it, there were two sets of markers that could conflict, and so it may be the case that he needs a second easement for you to cross that lower corner of the property. And I said, I can't speak for the county commissioners, but if you granted the upper easement, which is potentially much more impactful than that one down there in that lower corner, I think you are probably okay going forward with your work down there, subject to later ratification. So I had to do that. He had those workers on site. He was in a bit of a panic, and so you'll hear more about that
What Bruce said. So,
Anything else? I know I've been up there, well, I went up after last meeting, and it's looked like a building for a long time, but it's looking closer to a completed building.
the weather is really giving us untold advantages. They were able to erect the final exterior wall last week. And so now all of the attention that had been paid to the outside is now being directed to the inside. So things are changing very fast. Carpet is starting to be laid in the administrative side. And so therefore, the more technical stuff is starting to reveal itself.
So we're still looking at occupancy in September?
That is still the plan. They have yet to ask for any extension days. Although certainly with as good a winter as we have had, there have been days when there's been work stoppages up there, not many. But you might remember there was some time between, I think it was between Christmas and the first of the year where things got kind of nasty for about a week. So,
Sheriff, just a reminder about 10:30 today is that executive session.
thank you very much.
Rich will be here.
That's what I have, unless you have questions for me.
Do you have anyone?
Thank
Thank
for your
you,
time.
thank you. We'll see that item later on. We've got a public hearing at 8:25. Why don't we quickly take 5, check on some housekeeping items? Mr. Trauka?
Mr. Chairman, the first three, if you remember, are public hearings that were continued from the last meeting.
Okay.
And so if you want to reengage those, I think the question there was to refer them to Amber about those, whether or not these petitions were presented prematurely and whether class should be submitted prior. And I think someone is here today from AE2S to discuss that with you. I don't know if it's great.
Yeah, let's go ahead and let's
Yeah.
use that.
I'm Justin Huntley. Usually you'd expect Ron Williams to be here, but he's not. I've been the design engineer for the development for the last 6 years.
Justin, can you spell your last name for us?
Yes, Huntley.
Thank you.
And just here to answer any questions you have.
Okay, well, I think the discussion, if I'm not mistaken, on this one was you wanted to vacate an existing road to redo some platting. And my concern that came up was just to create a gigantic long cul-de-sac that I believe under the design was intended to not. The initial discussion was maybe still be a loop for that cul-de-sac as a road. And I haven't seen anything design-wise, please, that suggests that anything's gonna go back in there that.
So what happened there was on that section of the road, we ran into a spring. And the decision was made to just make that a cul-de-sac. Those are 3-acre lots. So there's only 3 lots on that street right now. And that cul-de-sac is 670 feet long. So just a bit over, but we've got exceptions for that.
But it's not that long. It's a whole lot longer. There's only one way in, clear to the highway, from that very back cul-de-sac on the side. I don't have a graph.
Sure. But as you can see,
Did Amber send anything down with this? That's part of it. It's the one on the other end. That's the cul-de-sac that I'm concerned about.
She looked at it and she talked to Justin as well.
yes.
Yeah. And Mr.
Because
Chairman,
now this cul-de-sac goes from here to here. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
That is effectively a cul-de-sac that is that long. If you make this a cul-de-sac, where before it would have started here, it doesn't anymore. It starts clear back here. That's the only other way out.
Yeah, but I mean, if you look, we already have this cul-de-sac, we've got an exit here on the, for fire purposes. And then at this point, we are only like 30 feet off of Rochford Road, with the upper northwest corner. And there's a fire escape there as well.
Where's the fire escape?
Right up at where we cut off the road, right at the end of the new cul-de-sac.
Did anything come from Amber to say that that's fine with them?
So what's
Is the
the,
fire escape on this map?
Mr. Chairman, my
So here's
understanding
one,
was,
and then the other one will be right.
So it's not really written on the map that it's fire escape?
Not yet.
Mr. Chairman, my understanding was, is that maybe that the petition was submitted prematurely. And I think you raised this issue earlier about whether a plat should happen to occur more beforehand. So for example, if this right of way is vacated, what is going to replace it? And so I think you were of the mind that the plat should maybe come first, or they should go forward contemporaneously. And so that the new road would get put in place.
That's just a utility.
So where was it?
I'm putting it up here.
Yeah, which is,
What I'm saying is
Yes,
this cul-de-sac.
And then
Yeah,
we'll be adding.
So neither one of them are on the map. Right here. So we're trying to understand where they're at. Sure.
Yes, I can get you guys a new map too.
So, yeah, I guess
If you look on the screen, is
I
that
can't make a motion. I'm still not agreeing with this without seeing it remedied another way, or conditionally approving it, which I still don't know what I'm comfortable with that. But you see what my concern is. 'Cause
Yeah.
You, like I say, you've effectively made
Along,
a real long cul-de-sac.
Yep.
And that's
well, ours is what, 800 feet?
under conditions.
Yeah.
That's the one you want to look at.
Mr. Chairman, do you want to delay this until next meeting?
My personal opinion would be we wait to see the plat before we vacate the existing. That's my opinion. Of course, I can't make that.
I'll move it. I'll make a motion to do that.
Continue.
So, Mr.
Do you
Chairman,
understand what the concern is?
yeah, there's nothing documented and it just looks unfinished.
Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to just think this through. So if you want it to go through planning and zoning, they won't meet again until May. And so you have another county commission meeting before then. So you've had a public hearing, you've closed it. I don't want to lose the continuity of that. I think it's okay because the public hearing has been held and closed. Otherwise, there's a problem, right? There could be an argument that you have to start all over again. So I think your options would be to act on it and deny it, and then, or continue it until May. I'm just thinking this through. I may be more confident if we continued it until your next meeting and then continued it from there.
Sure.
From
That's what I
meeting
wondered.
three.
We just want to notate.
Can we do that, please?
Where did you say the other egress is?
It will be right at the upper edge of that, where we're deleting our road.
The very northwest side.
Yep.
This shows a cul-de-sac up there on the
Yep.
Yeah.
proposed thing.
So you're tying in with a,
He's talking about doing an emergency egress out there.
Yes.
That's not an access, though. That's a utility easement.
But that's where the access, that's where the fire access.
There will be one there as well.
There is.
Yeah.
Yep. It's already in the fire plan.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, so I think that this would apply to resolution 2024-14, 2024-15, and 2024-16.
So we're looking for a motion to continue,
All three of those until your next meeting.
which I think we had that. There was one on, oh, down, I
Richard.
apologize, I guessed that.
Yeah,
Did we get a second for that then too?
Not yet.
I'll second. Okay, we have a motion to second to continue this. And in case anybody wanted clarification, it's so we can see a plat that would basically replace the access that's going to be removed from this. So it still would meet current subdivision ordinance.
Mr. Chairman, it would be your idea then, just for clarification, that you would act sort of contemporaneously on these. So at the appropriate time, you would have the new plat for your consideration and then also the vacation, so that you can ensure that one happened and the other got replaced. If that makes sense.
You guys are clear?
So it's all three of them.
Yes, any other discussion, clarifications? Okay, seeing none, hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
Well, thank you very much.
You bet, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I think Mr. Neese is here to discuss, there's two public hearings set regarding resolution 2024-20 and 21. And I think Mr. Neese is here to discuss those.
Yes, Bruce. Thank you. And I have Terry Shiani here too with his questions, if I may. Mr. Chairman, just to give you a background on this, a few years ago, so we're dealing with land right off of exit 2 on the interstate. And a few years back, the Cianis platted it for various development that they were thinking of doing. It never ended up happening. And now they're running into the problem where they've got their land split into 2 pieces, and it's stopping them from being able to get building permits and so on because their house is right next to the boundary line. So what they'd like to do is vacate the plat and just go back to the rectangular survey. So you can see there's the tract A and the tract B, and there's kind of that meandering boundary line between the tracts. So their house is sitting right next to that boundary line. They want to extend it, but unfortunately it's too close to the setback. So what they'd like to do is just get rid of that, get rid of the plats or get rid of the tracts and just go back to how it was originally described, which was just northwest, northeast, and that issue. They're the only owners of the property. It's not going to affect any access, not going to affect anybody else's rights. Just, again, it's not a convenient legal the way it is.
Sure.
Mr. Outcast.
Eric, is it true that, so you have 2 petitions and they're related because the current configuration is created with 2 different plats? So in order to get it back to the base, you're getting rid of both plats, right?
Correct. And I worked with Brenda and the Register of Deeds, and that's how we came, and Bruce, to figure out the best way. But yes, there's one because it was platted twice. The second time was just to adjust an acreage a little bit. So what we'd like to do is vacate plat number 1, then vacate plat number 2, which will take us back to just the original.
Wouldn't we do that the other way around? Wouldn't we do the most recent?
Oh, sorry. Yep. That's correct. Plat number 2 and plat number 1. That's yes.
Okay. This is a public hearing, so we'll do that real quick, and then we'll go to discussion.
Okay.
And can we do them both at the same time since
Yes.
it's both class?
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna do a public hearing. So anyone that would like to have make comment for or against or any kind of comment on these items, please state name for the record, your name and address. So anyone that has any comment, either for or against vacating this piece class,
I'm looking online.
either online or in the audience. I see no one in the audience. I don't see any kids online.
Terry.
Terry's like to say something. Sorry. You can say your name and address for the record.
Teresa Ciani, 19727 Red Hill Road, Spearfish. As Eric stated a few years ago, we thought when the interest rates were 2.25, we were going to get a mortgage because we wanted to add on to Paul Ruth Miller's house. And anyways, long story short, the surveyor is a friend of ours, and he tried to help us. It was supposed to be exactly 40 acres, and he went a little over thinking we'd get NRCS and all the programs with trees and stuff. And anyways, the loan had to be exactly 40 acres. So by the time we went to reprocess it, it started shooting back up. So we just left it, never even remembering or thinking about that this would come to pass. So anyways, that's why we just wanted to go back to the original since that all fell through.
Okay. Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, I was going to ask.
Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Okay, so there being no more public input, we'll close it with the commission. Mr. Sleep.
Yeah, are those green size piles there where they did some logging on that property, or are they off to the west of that property?
I have no idea, and I'm not sure.
We don't have any trees. We have water. We don't have any trees.
They have all
We didn't have any logging or anything. Yeah, no, it's just where the house exactly is. And we want to add a garage and a living room to the east of the house attached with. It's just that we're hitting those setback lot lines. So that's why we wanted to just vacate it so we can go ahead with the house and get it built.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other discussion or comments on this item? Do we want to do these individually? As far as, okay, so we're going to do the second plat first, so I'm not sure which one.
2024-20.
21's the second one?
Yep.
I'll move to vacate the plat according to resolution 2024 dash.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the vacation of the plat. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. We need the same motion on the other one if we're so inclined.
I move to adopt resolution 2024-20 to vacate that plat.
And I'll second that as well.
Motion and a second to approve the resolution vacating another plat, the same property. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Yep.
Just administrative question. To get the building permit, I presume we have to get these things recorded.
Yeah, I would need the recording document numbers
Okay.
from the deeds office.
Will you record those, Brenda? Okay, if you could just let me know what those are so I can coordinate with that.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
And then you'll have to update your site plan for the building permit accordingly to go back to the original layout. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
how it
That's how it originally was.
Yep.
Okay.
I'll call the surveyor.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you, Linda.
Thank you, everybody.
very much.
Thanks.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Eric.
So now we have 2024-19 yet to do, is that correct?
Correct.
So we have a public hearing on resolution 2024-19, vacating a portion of the section line through class of claim 120 of Red Cliff and
Okay, Chairman, would you like me to present?
Yes, please.
Okay. This here is it's on Maitland Road, probably about a mile up on the right-hand side towards Spearfish. The Hopi are asking to vacate a portion of the section line, so they want to put up a storage shed.
Looks like they've got an existing structure in
Yes,
there as
they
well.
have two right now. There's a living quarter and a garage right now.
Okay, this is a public hearing, so if anyone has an opinion they'd like to express on this particular item, please state your name and address for the record. We'll open the public hearing now. Anyone online that has any comment one way or the other on this? I don't see anyone taking their microphones off mute. Anyone in the audience? Don't see anyone. So I will close the public hearing. No public commission. My question is, does Cowboy Load 1583 have other access other than that section?
Look at it.
Which would be to the west.
down the corner. They're looking at. Look at your plat. The one that they submitted is on there. There you go.
Yeah, the Maitland Road.
I think it's Maitland Road that runs.
Yes. Yeah. No.
Okay, Maitland Road does not
But that
touch
doesn't
Cowboy
touch
Load.
Well, so I think when I looked at it, I don't know if there's access otherwise.
Does it meet small tracks so we could?
That they're able to use, I don't know how you get there, as a topography, regardless of the section line.
Truck runs there.
Copies on it.
They do, actually, I think they do,
If they can give themselves.
now that you're
access.
talking.
Yeah, they own all three of them, didn't they? Or did I see that?
Do they
own the property?
I don't see any adjacent ownership, so I can't tell you.
It's where the-
If somebody else owned it, they would have had to sign it.
Yeah.
No, because it doesn't run through there.
Some document that showed that they owned it.
Where they're vacating this going to the Cowboy.
What's that? Oh, right.
Yeah.
I thought I sent it to you.
You see what my question.
Just see the.
Yes.
Well, you can't vacate that there, if either side can't get
Yeah, but they don't
through.
So,
That's, is that force? It's the other.
so I think this is the document, the Brenda found that shows that, covering one. Yeah, they don't cover one. I don't know the answer.
Answer is an easement across their own property that they grant Cowboy. And they only vacate to Maitland Road.
I don't know.
What would you think if I denied the request until we got further information? Right away.
Do we want to deny or just table it?
Can we-
Not table it,
Table
but
it.
continue it.
Continue.
it.
That's
I'll move to continue until we get further information.
Okay, I'll second.
Got a motion to second to continue this item until we get information on the adjacent property, make sure that it has access.
Homesick does.
Okay.
They own
Which, and if they own a bunch,
piece there and they own a bunch on that one. So it's gonna come.
they still don't.
It's on the backside of the,
Oh, yeah, and that's also, if you're talking about where.
Yeah, on the
Flip side,
backside.
so it'd be up on top of that.
but it is homesick.
Yeah, depending on what else they own, they may have contiguous.
They might have
access to
access.
something else. Well, we'll just continue it for now, and then if we want to take it, we can always consider this meeting if we need to. Is that right, Mr. Allen?
Yeah, the public hearing is closed.
Closed.
Yes.
Sick day access on 15. Other than that, on the backside.
Straight up.
Yep.
Okay. So the most second continue, any other discussion? Or to, hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Most carried.
Chairman,
That
may I ask
one.
a question? If, can I ask a favor? If you look at these and you see something that maybe sparks you as you're going through your packet, maybe could you maybe shoot me an email so I can look at it and kind of check that out prior? I apologize for continued, not having the answer, so.
And I tried to, and I went
Yeah.
through these, and the thing was, I ran right into the ones that I saw already.
Yeah, nope, I understand. I feel bad that, I'm continuing stuff.
And
I
unfortunately,
apologize.
the proponents of these don't come to explain the questions, and so, if we don't get it, we're left to answer the questions. And so that was good today that we had folks here that are actually the proponents, right? And so it's very good if the surveyors show up.
All right, thank you very much.
You bet. It is 8:30. It's time for the bid opening. We got de-icing sand. I guess we have de-icing. Do we have any other?
That's it. This was continued from a couple of weeks
I was
ago.
gonna say,
Couple
well, we didn't
meetings.
get de-icing sand just in time for spring.
Right. Looks like we have two. I do have some bid tabs if you guys would like to write them down.
We've got it on our sheet.
Okay. This first one is from Pete Lean.
Did you have the big pen?
I do, if you'd like one, yes. They do have
Here's some
a
good.
bid bond.
Yeah.
I'm good too.
They have the delivered price of $24 per ton. With a total bid price of $96,000. The FOB plant site, which is 47 miles away, is $15 a ton for a total bid price of $60,000. The second one we have is from Simon.
and it does accompany a bid bond. Mileage to the shop is 8 miles. Their delivered price is $26.25 per ton, 105,000 even. The plant site is $18 a ton with a total bid price of $72 or $72,000. And I guess my recommendation would be to take Simon's because of the closer proximity to our shop, and we would do the hauling for the $18 a ton for $72,000.
Okay, any comments or concerns on that?
John, Mr. Chairman? John, was that the lowest?
No.
$18 is not the lowest, $15 is the lowest, but that's in Rapid City. We can't haul it for $3 a ton.
Could you consider accepting all bids and then just going with the one that's most convenient?
That's what we do with gravel. I mean, I would be all right with that as well.
It gets kind of tricky about the hauling cost makes it more expensive, but it's not the most responsible bid. So I'm just thinking aloud here, my inclination would be to have you accept all bids and then go with the one that's the cheapest as it suits your needs.
I would have no problem with that.
Makes sense, Brenda?
Does make sense.
I'll make a motion and do that.
I'll second that. We have a motion second to accept all bids. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Bruce.
Perfect.
I have one approach, two approaches, one on Jackson Road. This is Brighton and Brittany Matson. They purchased a piece of property off of the Jackson Road. It currently has two field approaches, and they're wanting to convert one of them to a driveway. They're going to build a house on this property. They've already moved the fence and they've done some work on the property. The fact that it's going to require a culvert to be leveled up as a driveway approach, I did request that they fill out a permit, and I would recommend that we approve their approach, or the conversion of their approach.
I'll move with all recommendation.
I'll second
The
that.
motion second, Paul recommendation to approve the approach permit. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
And then we did have another one on your agenda there, you'll see for the Bighorn, but that has since been rejected or rescinded, redrawn. They want to move their approach 100 feet to the west. I just got their new approach permit yesterday for that relocation. I don't think it's going to be a problem, but I have not had a chance to go out and inspect the site. I would rather look at that before I don't believe it's a problem, but I think I should go look at it. I appreciate that. So I think we should continue that for the next meeting.
Okay, so the initial one was withdrawn and you
Correct.
haven't reviewed the new one.
That's correct.
Okay.
And then again, we have these two bike races. We got the MOUs submitted. The first one is for the Pine Island bike race. They did in an email say they are getting insurance, but we haven't received it yet. That race is not until June 8th. I mean, they got time to get that. If you guys are not comfortable with signing this at this time and waiting for the insurance,
We could do a conditional.
Yes, please.
Then if it doesn't happen in a timely fashion, we revoke
Correct.
it. That would be my
okay.
opinion on a motion would be to approve a condition on them providing insurance to the highway superintendent in a timely fashion.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second that. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
I will make sure they are aware of that. The second one is for the this triathlon. This came in after after I turned in the agenda, but they are going to have this race before the next meeting. This is a triathlon for the Black Hills State University. This one, they did provide the insurance, but it was noted, Bruce found it and pointed out to me that Lawrence County is not listed on there. The city of Spearfish is listed on there. Covers, the race covers city and county roads. So I did reach out to them yesterday. They responded that they would get that changed to reflect the city of Spearfish and Lawrence County. So again, under that condition, they do that, I would recommend that.
Motion to approve with conditions.
The motion second to approve the condition of Lawrence County name as an additional assured. Any other discussion?
The first one was Perry.
Hearing no discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Is this the same one they did last year that they had
Yep.
some of the National Guard guys?
That's right. That is
So with the
correct.
path was kind of similar.
I think that is the one they had last year that our, at then time, Commissioner Dybert seen the race after the fact and brought it to our attention that
I
there's,
saw it. We live right by each other, so.
yeah, causing trouble. We're planning on starting our spring, summer hours Monday the 15th, provided the weather stays good. And our Whitewood Service Road Bridge is making some progress. They did manage to get the one, the failed column, they did manage to get a repair on that. We'll see how that holds up here in the next few weeks. If it passes all of their current tests. Other than that, I don't really have anything else for you gentlemen.
Mr. Outfit?
Mr. Chairman, I think John responded to Mr. Termis's concern about the continued closure of the bridge.
I did.
And is there some issue regarding from the DOT that they're trying to work out some design issues for that may be causing a delay?
There was, in fact, that was what I was talking to the lawyer out there, Mr. Neese, about. We're trying to get, we need to get some temporary easement from the property owner there on the north side of that bridge, right off at the corner of Christian Drive and Maitland. And we don't have record of contact information to those people. In fact, Eric Neese is the contact, and he hasn't spoke to those people in 6 years. So we're kind of at a little hold up here on, there's some design issues, there's some easement issues, and things are kind of getting muddied up a little bit.
I know there's been questions from the public asking about that, so that's why I raised it, so you have more information if anybody asks. John's diligently working on it.
I don't want you guys to have to deal with any of that. I would rather everything goes through me. I'd rather shoulder all of that issues before it gets to you guys, but I understand that you do get a lot of comment from the public, and it's becoming kind of an issue there. We're still working through it.
But we appreciate it. That's when it's a pain in the butt. It's not critical unless you live on the end of that piece before the bridge, and then it's a pain. And if it's, but
well, the people that live at the end are not the ones that are really complaining. It's Mr. Termis, the Termisphere people, they're the ones that his concern that he's maybe losing business because people can't come both directions to his property.
right.
And I don't have any proof of that, yes or no. So.
Anything else?
I'm good if you guys are. If you have anything for me, certainly let me know.
Thank you, John. Yep, we're gonna take, we got planning and zoning at 9.
We're gonna meet the microphone for just a little bit.
is it 9 o'clock, planning and zoning a bit early? Amber, if you'd like to tell us where we're starting.
First item, board discussion action, bond for Maitland Partners. This is similar to what we've done in the past, so they've been working on their fire plan up there. They have been doing a bond for it as they kind of progress, and lot 127 you guys did a couple months ago, did a final plat with a bond, and they didn't quite finish it. So they're asking to roll it over. So the rest of 127 and then add 131 to this one. So we got a new, this is from Speechlow, who's been doing the work. So we got a new estimate of where he's at, and then we just had him do a new memorandum of agreement to include both of those lots now. So it just rolls it over.
And this was reviewed by Mr. Upton as well?
Yes.
Did either one of you see the issue?
Nope, he didn't have any
Recommendations to
problem.
approve? Okay.
I think the only thing with this one, you'll see that it's, 127 and 131. And 131 is later on the agenda for the plat, so he wanted the bond, in place before we got to the plat.
Okay. Recommendation is to approve. What is the board's pleasure?
So, second.
Got a motion to second to approve the memorandum of understanding for lots 27 and 31. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried. Now
And then the next one is just the release of same group, but they finished lots 103, 106, 107, 109, and 117. So we just need to release that portion of the other one. And there was no, we'll release it. There was no paperwork per se because it's through that performance bond company, so we just have to send them minutes saying that you guys have released it.
Oh,
Is all it is. They didn't send me.
you check it and
Yep, we got a letter back from Screechlow said he finished everything, and then the original fire plan was by,
this is the current one.
The first one.
the fire plan was done by Rob Maddox. So,
Okay.
not fire, yeah.
So they've
Sorry.
completed the terms of the bonds. Can you release it?
Yep.
Move to release.
Second. Got a motion second to release the bond on the previously named lots. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. All right, we are at plats. And I think Todd in front of me does not follow the order that's on my piece of paper.
First one's the layout plan, so you won't have anything to say.
Okay.
This is a layout plan for Spearfish Mountain Ranch, Three Peak Estate, lots 1 through 52, with a water tank lot. This one is the piece that ends up coming. I'd say the best is the Whitewood Forest Acres property and come down the backside by Ours, like through Ours pasture there that the road got put in. That's kind of, I'd say location wise, it's kind of right up on top of the hill
It's on
there.
the south side, southeast or southwest side. Crook City Road.
Yep.
Kirk City Road, yes, a combination. So this is just a layout today. This is kind of that overall area. This property was previously owned by, Whitewood Forest Acres, so there was always some intention of it being developed over time. The roads are all pretty much in and getting ready. There's roads to it. So if you remember, if you've driven up there at all, you've got the new roads that go through the subdivision that was closer to the interstate. All of this is now interconnecting. So you have ways in and ways out throughout that whole area. But this is their new proposal. It's a layout plan only, and Randy is here.
So you can currently drive through from Crook City over to.
If I may, if she pulls up the other graphic.
Okay.
Yeah, the roads.
You want this one?
Yeah, go to the
one?
southern portion. So just so the board knows, and the highway superintendent is here too. Our submittal with the plat will show all of the road design
till it leaves the subdivision, which is right over by the stone house here. So all these new roads will be on the submittal. These are all built and they're paved to here. We're proposing gravel roads this time. And then we go across the hours here. This is just about 90% constructed. And then remember we had the section line agreement there. That's about 90% construction, waiting for gravel, even some gravel's on it.
It's gravel.
Okay.
When I met with them, I was told their plan is to have it paved by the 4th of July.
Okay. But our proposal is gravel to meet standards. The interesting part is John Bay's been working with them diligently on this piece outside of our property. So our submittals for the plat will be just inside the property. And I'm looking for John to inspect and approve what's outside the property. And it's, he's waiting for some hydraulics on the culverts that are right in here.
Correct.
I think that's the outstanding issue. And our plans are coming in for the rest. This is actually going to be as-built. And we're waiting for some hydrology in the culvert that goes there where there's a spring. And the internal ones are done. Now at the plan and zoning, I mentioned that we're trying to hold the 10%. I just got some plans yesterday that show some short stretches that exceed that. We're trying to mitigate that, but none of them are going over the 12 and 14 that's allowed in the ordinance. So and they're on some of these internal ones. So I just got those. That's an update. This will have city water with the fire protection capacity of the city water system.
All the way through on the back side of that mountain too?
All of it is.
Wow.
Everything is. And we've got 110 gallons in our tanks that will be done. Those plans will be coming in too. 110,000 plus the city tanks. But our agreement with the city allows them to shut ours off if they're fighting a fire. So we have 110,000 gallons of our own, which far exceeds standards. And we have standard hydrants with pipe sizes that you can actually get fire flows. So, and that's the rule with 1,000 gallons a minute for 45 minutes. So, and the roads will eventually be paved, but that's not part of our submittal.
This portion will just be for
Gravel at this time.
And this is just the design plan.
This is just the layout.
But the preliminary is coming in at your next meeting.
Part of that's because the as-built of the roads, I'm assuming, and some of the other.
Yeah, this will be as-built from this point out. We'll be submitting as-built already. This point here will be designed.
Mr. Houghton.
Randy, if you could remind me, so when they leave the section line, is that part of the road there in pink, whatever color that is that a private easement there?
Yes, that's private. And if it's like the rest of the subdivision, that will be a gated community when it leaves the section line.
Are all the roads in pink then, are they all intended to be private roads?
Every road from this demarcation to where they meet Oak are private.
So that's a little bit different than what has been done in the past.
Yeah.
But then the argument is that they're not publicly dedicated, and so the argument is lessened that the county is going to be responsible for them at some point in the future, right?
Yeah, there's no road districts, so they're not by action public. And if you read the covenants that are already filed, it sets up who, and the homeowners, it sets up who cares for those roads. That's why Whitewood didn't annex, is they sell water and make more money than they do by rooftops because they don't have to maintain the water system or the road. It's all independently maintained. And we designed and installed a pump station in the park, which is right in here, that feeds our water supply. So from the city. So we have a big master meter there that they charge us monthly, and then we meter the individuals.
So this is a bit of a paradigm shift in terms of how you've done things historically.
Right. So I just wanted to it's such a complex project, I thought I'd bring it in. So
it's more or less a preview, an overview. Mr. Bay?
I do have one. I know we talked about it in the past on that quarter of a mile or roughly of the section line. I believe that was to be signed as minimum maintenance, which we have not done at this time yet. It's not 100% done. And then the other issue will be on the hydraulic study or the hydraulic report and the two pipes that are on there. It is technically a county secondary road, and it will fall under the rural access infrastructure for a small structure.
Just
the two pipes that are there are gonna, they'll have to be inventoried in our inventory. So
And that's
or
on,
whatever that's worth to
and
us.
John, that's just on the section line piece.
That is just on that
right
quarter
away.
mile.
It's 1,280 feet roughly.
We will have to inventory those pipe.
And I would suggest that we get the signage worked out before we do the final plat. Give us some time to do that.
Okay.
I think the only thing that we had layout wise, I mean, I knew this was coming. It's not a surprise. So far they've submitted everything plenty early. I've already talked to Randy. If there's something missing, I've been pretty adamant with people that when we go through the first round, if there's like a preliminary plat thing missing or whatever, we're just kicking it back. So he kind of knows that going into it and trying to get everything in all at one swoop, so we're not having multiple pieces come in different times, especially with
So
a project
roadside
of this
trickles in
big.
after this, the trickles in after that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're there. We're going to submit everything tomorrow. We have one of the new contractors for fire plans in-house now. And so he's been working extensively with Bill Colburn on this fire mitigation plan, because Bill has been doing the timber management on this since it's been owned by Johnny Johnson, I think, or not Johnny Johnson, the guy that had the place north of the interstate that was a commissioner. Tommy Thompson owned it. So that timber plan, Bill's been managing that. Yeah.
So that's a new one.
Well, he's over by
Kelly.
Piedmont, so you know who he is. Yeah. Okay, Gary.
So there's no action we need to take on this?
Just
It's more
mainly,
of
I
a
think,
information.
Randy, just want, do you have any concerns with it, or is there anything that, that you're not seeing that you want to see?
Very comfortable.
I mean, we have, very rarely do we have a development of this size from all the way from the interstate in there. They've been doing it in parts to bring in that city water, versus having a bunch of wells and stuff. And there will be some septic systems, obviously, that is not going to be dealt with, but you have your water line in there. I mean, that's really, I guess, just if there's any concerns there. The only thing I did know, did you guys do, because I know Brandon, you've asked us before about having some quick test information as part of that preliminary plat? Are you
The
gonna want
concern that I
or have
had
they done
was
it?
when we were dealing with that stuff on Deer Mountain, the lots were getting too small. And I
Okay.
had some concerns that way.
So nothing
But
on this, and I think
Springs,
everything's.
This,
2
I mean, we're looking at
acres and
5
more.
acre lots.
We've
small
never heard
lots.
anything, any problems in that area for septic, so.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yeah.
We've sold a lot of the stuff to the north, and we haven't had any. I think there's a few mound systems in the old Whitewood Forest on those small lots, but in the stuff that we've divided, we haven't had any issues so far.
I'm seeing acreages that don't bother.
Yeah.
I guess when we did the stuff at Deer Mountain, I had some concerns that they were small.
And I'll point out that this is the piece that's zone park forest that we're doing here. The rest is ag till you get up to the suburban residential. So everything in the middle here that's sold is over 42 acres up to 80 acres. There's a lot of opportunity for those systems. And they have water and paved roads too, right through that whole area. I mean, if you like, you could just go up and drive through it. The gates are open. If you get to a gate and it's electronic and you need, just text me and I can get you the code. Or get you in.
Do you have any primary noxious weeds or anything?
Well, go back to that map. And I'd like to address that if I could. So I cannot tell by the photos if those photos are taken here or down here.
I think Randy's referencing what Dave included in your packets, so that's what he's referencing.
And there is a treatment that takes place every year. They've hired somebody to spray those weeds. And I can't tell from Dave's photos, and I've asked him for locations, if it's property that's still owned by my client or has sold, because most of this has sold. So I can't do anything to help Dave until I know where those locations are. My client responded that we would spray in 60 days, but we need to know what's ours to spray. And we've had a person hired and we can increase that effort. And prior to this person being hired, Dan Graff did the spraying for Black Hills Forest Acres. There's a lot of weeds up here. It's a lot of property. And they've been spraying it every year.
I would assume, and maybe I shouldn't, but Dave has a handheld GPS. He could take a picture, take it off, and get UTMs or get Latin on.
And I asked for him to meet us up there and show us. And when we could get the guy that's doing the work and Dave up there. I was a little concerned that we're getting a complaint and weren't even contacted until we got that email. I would have rather just had to pick up the phone and call, and we'd have went up there with him and and done what we need to do. That would be more appropriate.
Any other on this item, Amber?
Nope, I have nothing, just a layout. You guys you usually do a motion to approve to move forward. You're not really approving the plan, you're just approving.
Motion to approve the layout.
where it is.
Second, has a motion and second to, I guess, accept the layout plan. Any other discussion or comments? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Next item, I've got lot 6R, block D of Bowman sub.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, this one is just a lot line adjustment, basically what they're doing. So Bowman subdivision is going out Highway 385 on your right-hand side, right below the little, yep, right there. And so there's a bunch of little lots. Over the years, we've had people start to do this kind of stuff. Like we've had some houses burned down. They built a garage, they bought the neighboring lot, built a garage on the neighboring lot, that kind of thing. These guys are doing similar. They would like to build a little, just basically a building in the middle, but in order to do that, they couldn't do it without moving the lot line because it would sit on two different lots. So ultimately, that's all they're trying to do. And then this also gives us a good, most of that's an existing house that's been there a long time. Really doesn't sit too bad for setbacks. I'm not too concerned about it. It is a little bit over the line, but we've never really made existing structures. It's pretty close. It's an older place, but all the other structures, it looks good. Everything kind of fits where it's supposed to. Floodplain is on the way back, so this also deals with them being able to get a building permit to be able to show to be out of the floodplain too. So it just kind of cleans everything up. And
Motion to approve the preliminary.
Second. We need to exempt this first.
this one we do exempt. Yes, sorry.
Motion to make it exempt.
Second. Motion second to declare the flats exempt from the fire plan because it's consolidation lot. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Motion to approve the preliminary.
Second. Motion second to approve the prelim. Any discussion on that item? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Motion to approve the final.
Second that as well. Motion second to approve the final plat. Any other comments? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
We should be at Anderson, and I believe he is on. So I'll pull this up. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks.
I'll go back and forth. So it's gonna, I don't think I can show. Let's see. Well, so Paul, are you online? Paul, there you are. Okay, so this one.
Just got back.
Chad Anderson are doing this one, and Paul, I'm gonna switch back and forth so they can see the screen too, but we can still hear you even if you don't see it, just so you know.
Okay.
Okay, so this is what they're trying to do. This is, Brandon, you'll know where this is, Dennis Anderson's property, Highway 385. The Brooke and Chad have the house, which was Dennis's old house right here, and they're just trying to change the lot, so you can kind of see this red dotted line here. They're trying to add acreage to that lot. Paul owns the remainder of the big lot in the back, so they're just kind of reconfiguring the lot lines. Both family members. So that's really what's going on there. I believe past Brownsville.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. And this one, there was some comments from Dave Heck on number 4, and Paul was made aware that I shared this with them. Paul, do you have anything that you want to add to it? I mean, other than that?
No, it was just a 42-acre homestead that then at some point my dad had 2 acres surveyed off for financing. My brother acquired the home on 2 acres. I acquired the the field that's a little over 40, and we're just making the residential lot larger, so to provide for parking and potential future garage or something like that down the road. But that is it.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, so this is the one that need to identify the weeds on and they get them taken care of.
This is a meadow for the most part, but
Well, it's all.
I'm not sure that I've ever heard anybody say we need to identify the weeds before we plat, but I could be, maybe I'm missing something.
Well, it probably hasn't been done, but it should be.
Well, it's not, it hasn't been, it's not part of our process. If it should be, we need to pass that as an ordinance.
Okay,
Is my,
we'll do it.
perfect.
Bring it up as an ordinance next time.
Well, it has been brought up multiple times. Planning and zoning has said they're not gonna put it in effect. They have told Dave to do what he's doing, which is he notified you. And then I went and notified the landowners of this process. It's up to Dave to decide if he's going to do anything else. And Dave's not here
He's
today,
got state rules that he can follow and do enforcement. And if we want to do it, if you really want to bring it from the county commission, you can, basically we can do it. If the planning and zoning won't bring it forward, what are the commissioners?
Okay,
So you might have a discussion with Bruce on that, to figure out how to get that done.
I'll do that and I'll talk to Dave about it, but it needs to be done.
And if you want to do a straw poll to see who would pass that before a lot of work goes into it, we can do that at a later date too.
Okay.
Because I'm not in favor of it. And if there's three of us aren't in favor of it, to do a lot of work with might not make a lot of sense. But that is an option that can happen. So the question right now is, actually, before we do anything on this plat, we should declare it exempt.
I make a motion it's exempt.
I'll second that. And that would be, is this a lot line adjustment and or an open meadow?
Yeah, yep.
Any discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor of making the plat exempt, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. And then we need to take action on the preliminary plat.
I move to approve the preliminary and the final plat.
Do we have a final?
What's this
Isn't that what you're asking for? It's down there.
Yes, it's right there. That should be it. No,
That's not it. I don't
We
think I have it, but,
Okay.
okay. We have a motion to approve the preliminary and the final. Did I second that one? I'll second that one again. Any other discussion?
Yeah, I,
Make sure we'll make the notation that Commissioner Sleet feels that there should be something addressed on the weeds before we take action on this. Any other comments? Hearing none, I'll do roll call on this one.
Tisdom,
Aye.
Sleep,
no.
Jenny,
Aye.
Simon,
Aye.
4-1. Or 3-1, sorry. Only 4 over here.
Numbers aren't really your
No,
thing.
not at all.
Okay, so it's still
It passed.
passed. 3-1. Okay, so Paul, that did pass. We will deal with getting signatures and whatnot. You and Chad, I don't know if you guys already signed the final, but you will have to sign it.
Okay. Is there a time frame?
I will, how about after the call, I'll go ahead and send you guys an email that kind of explains the process. How about that?
Perfect. That'll work.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks, Paul.
Okay. Next item that I have is Maitland Partners. 24-21 final plat.
This one is the one that we had talked about. This has no, this is just for lot 131, sorry. She's just showing that it was approved on the original preliminary first staff message there. So this is 131, which is just a final plat inside Paradise Acres. You guys had already approved the preliminary. So this is just showing the final of that lot. And this is the one that you just approved the fire plan bonding on. So they would be able to go forward on this. This is what we just did a couple times ago. Yep. Roads are in.
So we don't need to take, there's no fire plan exemption is just approving the final plat.
Yep.
That already has the bonding in place.
Correct.
Well, I'll say I'm not gonna approve it because it's on the St. It's got a lot of St. John's wort on it. This page says, and if we don't get started doing something about it, why we're gonna have the whole county in a mess there. So, I think we should table it for Dave Heck to comment if Amber is.
Just so you know, Richard, Dave commented, this is his comments, and he told them that he would be sending them a letter if they don't get it done. That's what he told them in the planning and zoning meeting.
I was at the meeting.
So he told them that.
Okay. I know he was there for a while and then he left.
Yep, and he told them at the meeting that his intent of this is to notify them.
Letter? Is that what you're saying?
They will have an enforcement in the spring,
That's
a
voluntary.
spring letter, if they don't work on it. But they have time now. They've been notified. They can do it between now and.
And if not, he can actually.
That's his new process.
But the weather takes priority this time of year. You can't go out and spray weeds with just anything.
Spring is in just a little bit, and that's what he's told them, is they can come to him, he'll help them write a plan.
They can't spray snow on the ground.
Yeah, but he can work on it now, but that's up to. Okay. He's done that.
Motion to approve the final.
Second, we have a motion to second to approve the final plat with the notation for Commissioner Sleep that he thinks something should be done about the weeds before we approve it. I'll do roll call. I'm sorry, was there any other discussion before we do roll call? Okay.
Tisdale?
Aye.
Sleep?
No.
Jenny?
Aye.
Flynn?
Aye.
Still 4-1.
Not 3-1?
Yeah.
No, we're still 4-1.
You can use your fingers.
All right. Next
Thank you.
one is just.
I don't have my calculator
exempt
here.
approval or preliminary and final. This one is a new lot created. So we did this one a while ago out on Highway 385, just by Custer Crossing. This is the Ramapaugh lot. So when Mom passed away, they split the big lot into 3, which was 1 to each kid. And then this one is Kurt's, and Kurt would now like to split off. He has the old house that sits out there, the old farmhouse. He would like to break off a 2-acre piece in order to build another house on it next to the old farmhouse. So he is subdividing his 21, it'll be 21.46 and 2.46. Zone Park Forest needs
Okay.
to.
Are we still keeping track of density on this particular, the original piece?
Yeah, we have more than enough.
Okay.
Motion to make the lot exempt.
Second, a motion second to make the plats exempt from the fire plan. This is all open meadow.
But they did a fire plan.
Yeah, they have a fire
broke
plan.
when they broke the 3, when they did the original 1, 2, and 3.
So
They
would
They-
it wouldn't be
there
exempt
was-
from the fire plan. They have a fire plan.
Well, we did it because this lot was not included by legal description, but the entire lot.
So what is the
3B
reasoning for it exempt?
The exempt would just, I said it was just because it's open pasture, because
Okay.
that's what it was.
Exempt for open acreage.
Open acreage,
Open
open
meadow.
pasture. I don't know what you call
Any
it.
other comments on making this exempt? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay.
I'm not against them doing this stuff, but somebody's got to take care of the weeds. And I've taken care of lots of weeds there that the Forest Service never, everybody else takes care of. And so I think something ought to be done about it. And I think Amber and Dave are both passing the buck.
Well, in my opinion, Dave is. He's the weed board guy. He's the weed guy, so he should take care of it.
And there are state statutes that apply to spraying weeds that supersede zoning and subdivision ordinance, everything else. He has the power in statute to enforce things. And if he's not doing it, why is he passing on to somebody else and making a condition of approval when he can do it? He legally can do it under state law.
He should be doing it all right if that's the case.
Yes, I think so. But, okay, so we had 3-1 exempt, and now we've got the preliminary and the final plat.
Motion to approve the preliminary and final plat.
I will second that. Discussion.
I'll
You
make,
want- you want to
I'll
say-
make the same discussion. I hate to vote against this stuff because they can go ahead and do it with their own land, but you gotta take care of the weeds sometime. And, you and Dave are both thinking a little different, I'm sure.
Okay.
I gotta stand firm on it.
We've got a motion to second. Discussion, concern from Mr. Sleep. Any other comments? Hearing none, roll call.
Tisdale?
Aye.
Sleep?
No.
Jennings?
Aye.
Flanagan?
Aye. Well, sometimes that's what it takes, Richard, is just keep. I said it before, there's a lot of things we don't agree on in this room. It doesn't mean that I don't respect your right to disagree with it or your right to have an opinion. Defend your right to anybody that came up, that one gal said she couldn't believe that you put that thing in the paper. And it's like, you're still a citizen, you're still a taxpayer, you're still a voter. You have the right, every right as a person, say whatever you want to say. And as a commissioner, you have the right on this board to have whatever stance you want.
Well, thanks for your concern, but I understand the situation.
We don't agree on the method, but I think we both agree on the outcome. I think something needs to be done, but I believe there's already items in place to do it. It's just not being done.
Okay, that's fine. We'll get her done.
So now we have a layout plan. Is that correct?
Yep. Layout plan, Apple Springs track. So this is similar. We've done this a couple times. We don't have a lot of townhouses out there, but ultimately what he's asking for is just pre-approval of the layout plan. What he would like to do is put the townhouses in, but it's hard to do the platting. It's hard to do the platting on the townhouses.
Thanks,
Lauren. Hard to do the platting on the townhouses without kind of having everything laid out first. So they're showing the layout. We would issue a building permit off of the layout, and then as soon as the walls are in, they'll come back in and do it. And Brad's aware of it.
We did this on that other section.
Yep.
Where they had to do.
Yep,
They say
similar.
there's an as-built, but they're never going to be quite the same.
Yeah. So they're just kind of, this is mainly so we have because we need a plan for the building permit to show where they're going to sit, and then they'll come back in with a flat house. Well, not fully done, but you know what I mean. Concrete will be laid and all of that stuff. So it's just, are you okay with this? This will be this kind of the second lot. Well, maybe
So
third
they got
lot.
a set of townhouses there now that they built.
Yeah.
Thanks to that.
It's on the other side of that main road coming in, or where the existing ones are.
It's on the right side on the main road. So right down at the golf course, they put in.
On the left-hand side, there's ones existing, right?
Yeah.
And this is on the right side.
Yeah.
Heading down to where the clubhouse is gonna be, all lining the R5.
Yep. So just, it was already approved. We can do townhouses out there. This is a cleaner way to do the plan. Get it done too. And we have this is just layout. So if you're comfortable with it, they'll go forward. We can issue the building permit, and then they'll come back with the preliminary and final.
Do we need a motion to?
Motion to approve the layout plan.
And to allow building permits
I would
on
like
the layout plan?
I think it's appropriate to let them know that that record has been given. Please.
Here.
Amended to include building permit.
I'll second that. Any questions on this? It's a little confusing, but basically to get it right, they build the foundation before they do the survey, because that foundation might be off a little bit. So this just straightens that out. So, any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
You can go forward. It's
Okay.
second reading, so.
9:15 item is the second reading of ordinance 2024-3, temporary second residence. This was staff promulgated.
No, this was county commission promulgated.
Well, there you go.
Was not staff. So basically this has come about because of the option with the, what do I want to call it? Where you can keep a house on there until the other house is finished and then you have to tear the other house down. Maybe that's the best way to explain it. This just allows us to issue a temporary use permit on that, as long as it meets these requirements, which is very similar to our other ones, only instead of making them go get a conditional use permit for it, I can just issue a temporary use permit with the condition that you have 6 months to, remove it or whatever. We are requiring a deed restriction though still. That has worked pretty well with the guest house option because it notifies if they sell the land in between and maybe something's not finished and they didn't get the other house down, it notifies the buyer, hey, you still gotta take this house down. So I think it's the best way to do it, because at least there's something in the record when it's getting transferred.
And the other item was that it allows the opportunity for the county commission to require a bond.
Yes,
To
to make
that
sure
other
it
structure is down.
gets removed. So really, other than that, it's basically D, E, and F are what is different comparative to the other temporary use permits. So and we've issued 3 temporary use permits so far like this, and we've just kept the same conditions on every one. So it just cleaned it up. And this would be, if it gets approved today, I'll try to get it published on Saturday yet, and then 20 days or whatever, 20 some days is how long it takes for it to take effect.
Okay. So we closed the public hearing. We've had discussions on this. And like Amber said, I think we requested we have something in writing so we could memorialize and actually have a formal process for when that occurs. When somebody's building a house in an existing lot with an existing structure, they can live there and complete the construction and then remove the old quarters. So any other concerns or questions on this ordinance?
I think this is a positive move forward to have a much better process for improving the property, building better homes. So I would move that we adopt ordinance 24.
Second.
We have a motion second to adopt ordinance 2403, dealing with a temporary second structure and a residence until the second one is completed and removal of the initial one. Any other comments or concerns, questions? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
Okay. This next one's a public hearing, so.
What do we have? Yeah, we just got 3 minutes. I need to sign that thing that we just did, the ordinance there. Space in there for me to sign it.
Thank you.
I'll just get a copy of it afterwards.
Do you want coffee or water or anything?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Yeah.
The photos, I like the photos better.
We just got a couple minutes. I think we'd probably go ahead and do the introduction and start the public hearing.
That's fine. So this is one of those things. It's a temporary use permit, and with a temporary use permit, we have the option to either approve it within 45 days of receiving the application, or if I'm not comfortable doing that, I can request that there be a public hearing from the county commission, which is what we did. The only reason why I wasn't comfortable with it is because it is 1, Surface Canyon, and 2, I feel like I didn't want anybody driving by and then all of a sudden going, well, where the heck did that come from? Why didn't you know about it? So that's why it's before you as a public hearing. As part of that process with the temporary use permit, they do not have to send notification to the landowners. They don't have to do that. It just says I schedule a public hearing for the county commission. So they follow the process. This is one of those, and Mr. Sanders is here too, but what basically all he's trying to do is they bought the old homestake building there right on the corner of, well, I guess, I don't know what
Right
that
by the
corner is.
Crystal
Right by
Ranch.
by the ranch there. And they'd like to do something with it. He has had an e-bike rental business before it's been operating. And he thought that would be a good location to kind of utilize the end of that garage, that big building, where the main door is coming in. So this is the door, the little entry door here and the garage door here. We'd like to make this side here just a little office space to be able to check people in, get people checked out. And then obviously the bikes can go in every night, so there's storage right there. There's plenty of parking, and he kind of showed that in this where he has a car park that you could do parking here and here. Based on, so what we did is we figured out the square footage of just the end of that. I didn't do the whole building because they won't be utilizing the whole structure. We just did kind of that end of it and how many spots they would need. More than enough spots for parking. And then where the camper sits in this photo, they can also put some cars over here where the camper is. So they have more than enough room for parking there. And just utilizing that old building for something, they'd like to kind of see how it goes this summer. It might be one of those things that at a later date, you might require him to go into a conditional use permit. You know, we've done that before where we've allowed a temporary for a couple months, so they don't have to keep doing it every summer. But we'll see. He just wants to see how it's going to go. There is a option here that he put where maybe a sign across the front and something out here. We're going to have to work with the DOT on that one because it's the Skirfish Canyon, the highway there. I don't know. They're probably going to tell me I don't have any say in the signage, more than likely. And on top of that, it's not zone commercial, so it's going to be pretty small as to what he's going to be able to do. So they'll probably have to go through him. I'll talk to the DOT about it. Usually they like to issue those sign permits directly from the DOT. We don't usually issue them. Other than that, I didn't see any issues. I mean, I think, entry wise, there's enough. It's got a pretty good driveway coming in and out of there already coming off the highway. So that's really it. And if you want to add any conditions, you can. I just need to know what conditions you want on there. I didn't have any proposed really. I don't really see any safety issues or anything like that, but that's your guys' call.
Okay. Would the petitioner like to start us off if you have any comments or concerns or additions? Anything you want to add to what Amber said?
The big thing is it's just like a trial this year to see if that location is something that has potential. The building right now is just used for storage. You can see the pictures, and it's pretty much abandoned. So we would actually spruce it up a little bit to try to make it look nicer. I think it's got some potential, but this year would just be. I was actually thinking about just putting a tent and just see if there's actually traffic. What kind of people come in using the end of that building, very small square footage just to get people out of the rain, that kind of thing. And we're only open 2 months a year. I'm a teacher, so it's really short term.
Okay. This is a public hearing, so open up to the public. If anyone would like to speak either for or against this proposal as temporary use permit, please state your name and address for the record. You could open up the internet or the online so I can see if anyone online. Is there anyone in the body of the audience that has a comment on this, either for or against? Okay, I just don't see or hear anybody. Anyone online have any comments either for or against this proposal? I don't see anyone there, so I will close the public hearing. I've got a couple of comments and possibly concerns. The biggest one is if it's open to public, there should be a minimum life safety conditions that a conditional use permit has. There should be a fire extinguisher, there should be contact, there probably should be a restroom of some kind, there probably should be requirements on sales tax and those kind of things. And then the signage, there should be a permit, a restriction on signs dependent upon approval of DOT. But if you're gonna get use for a commercial space, you should at least have a condition on signage. And then the lighting, which I always go back to downfield lighting, or especially along the highway there, lighting that won't obstruct traffic or distract or detract from. And I usually go to down throw, and then of course whether the signage would be lit or not, that might be a DOT concern. Those are my concerns and comments on those. Again, even if it is temporary, there still should be the same minimal conditions that any other business that we would issue a full CUP would have.
And you
The
kind of
public-
mentioned those, a lot of those.
Yeah, I did during,
They were
yep.
going to do, yeah.
So usually I just take, there's like 6, I think,
There's
of,
the,
like
there's
the
the
very
boilerplate,
basic
the bullet
ones.
ones. There's gonna be something on signs. Again, that would be through the DOT ultimately, but to get permission to have an on-site signage on your business, that would still be under the condition or the temporary use permit in this instance.
So I think with the bathrooms, I just want to question it is, I know they could do a porta potty, but they also own the house that sits there. Does that suffice for you if someone
If
needed to
they have
use it?
something open.
Did you decide what you wanted to do there, Kyle? You had talked about both.
We wouldn't be able to have access to the house.
Okay, so you'd have to have a porta potty or something.
Yeah, it's right.
Okay.
And there's no water or electricity in that.
Okay.
So there, we wouldn't have any lights. It's only open from 9 to 4 daytime.
Sure. And I understand what you're doing and what your thought process is, but if you have an employee sitting there, they're gonna need to use the restroom. And yeah, there's gonna be some, if there's a fire, you're gonna need to be able to call the city, and if something else is going on, that we're gonna need to go get a hold of you just in case something happens. So it's like the basic things that we have when we approve basically a commercial enterprise in a non-commercial zone, or normally a different than this normal house.
Yeah, but I agree with that. I think fire
Yeah,
I'm all about safety.
So what I could do, if you guys want to, is I can go ahead and put those. I wrote down the ones that we talked about. We have a list of about 7 kind of life safety code type things.
And
we can just include those in the temporary use.
I'm comfortable with staff handling those issues. I just want to make sure we put it out there and want to make sure the board and that petition was aware of my comments and concerns.
Okay.
So, does anybody else have any concerns or comments, observations? I think this building needs to be used. I've always thought it was really neat, that old home state building that sits out there.
I just hope he comes for a CUP next year. It was so successful. So, yeah, like to see it happen, work.
Okay.
So we're just waiting on a motion then.
I make a motion to approve it with conditions.
Second.
Okay. We got a motion and a second to approve this temporary use permit with the basic life safety conditions that are included in most use permits. Any other comments or concerns? Anything specific you wanted to add? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
I will get those conditions and the actual permit ready, and I'll probably just email it to you. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. We're gonna take 5. We got 9:45. We're gonna have natural resources. Did you have another item on there, Amber? I'm sorry.
No, I just had a quick, I guess, a question for you. I know it was not on here, so, but I just asked and have a couple minutes. I noticed John May had let you know on some time changes, like they're gonna do some summer hour stuff. We are looking at, it used to always be that Cheryl and Jeff did the alternating schedule. They were back and forth all year round. Jesse and Amy would like to try that for the summer, but we're looking at just the summer. And it actually works out pretty good because if one of them comes in early, we have people in the office at 7 o'clock because Jeff and I are both here.
If they can get in the door.
So, yeah, they usually just call us and ask us, but it would give them a little bit of extra time.
So there'll be somebody in the office
Somebody's
every day
around.
from 8 to 5.
8 to 5 and sometimes earlier, but I think it will help because we're running into a lot honestly, we don't have time to answer the phone. Like it is constant. So they just like a little bit of time in the morning when the phones aren't ringing and nobody's here to be able to work on the paperwork side of it, just getting applications out and emails and things like that. I didn't have a problem with it. We've done it in the past. We just haven't done it since Cheryl.
I think the only concern that I would have is that somebody's in there to staff it. After that, I think how you handle that staffing is really department decision.
I just wanted to make sure because it is a little different, but this will actually open it up because none of them take lunches. It'll be an 8 to 5. Somebody will be in there all the time now, so it'll be kind of
when
nice.
it was just you and I, that was always a little. I go out to do building and permit construction, something, and sometimes whether you had an appointment or not.
Yeah, and Jeff's out most of the time. He's not really in the office.
All right, we're gonna take 5. Yep.
So just wanted to let you know. All right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
My
all right.
fault. Sorry, Jackie.
Jackie, can you hear us now?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Thank you.
Yeah, very disappointed in the language. We had been trying to build a good relationship, constructive relationship with the Northern Hills District. We had participated in several ID team programs on both the Camara and the Zeppelin project and met on the ground. And I thought we were very positive developments and actually had helped them take a look at some different things. But the proposed MOU that we got back from the Forest Service for cooperative agency status is, we're not ready to make any type of recommendations to sign it. It's, Mr. Elton?
Bill, is it fair that that the U.S. Forest Service has raised a couple of issues? So they've raised, so we know that the county can be a cooperating agency, but you have to have sort of special expertise. And so I think they've questioned the special expertise-ness of the membership. And so you guys have put together resumes for everybody and to demonstrate the qualification there. And then they're also, I think, challenging, if I'm right about this, ability for you to sit on the ID teams. And it looks like their own guidance suggests that there is that opportunity there, that it's not unusual. And you're kind of going back and forth with them about that issue.
Yeah, and Bruce, to be pretty frank, we're not really willing and able to want to discuss that in open forum.
Okay.
Yep.
Just kind of try to frame the issue.
We were looking into the legalities of this on, because if this in fact is where the Forest Service is going, it is going to have a dramatic impact, not on Lawrence County, not only on Lawrence County, but the entire country. It'll have a big impact on the Association of State Foresters, all the state forestry programs. It's basically a knockout blow if in fact they go through with this and are able to. But anyway, we are looking in. We have a conference call with a lawyer today. Represents a national association. She has some insight. We're doing our due diligence to find out what the legalities of this whole thing is. But all I can tell you, I'm very disappointed. This is not just one step back. This is 5 steps back.
I would ask that you maybe reiterate this. I think sometimes gets lost for the trees. But we're not just some group. We are elected county officials. We are a governmental body. And we've appointed you to give us advice on that, but make sure that they're reminded that you're not. It's not association of this or this group out of here or or anybody else.
But what they have done, literally, what they have done is the way it is written. That means state agencies, local governments, conservation districts, all the entities that have participated with the Forest Service on these projects as cooperators cannot be involved in the IDT meetings. Blank. That means everybody, not just counties, states, conservation districts, everybody. It's a huge, huge jump the Forest Service has done. This is nationwide. So we're still doing our due diligence on it, and we'll come back to you guys and visit with you about where we're at. But just like somebody shooting a cannon over your ship, as far as I'm concerned. It's a very aggressive move. They did not recognize any of the stuff that we had proposed when we had made our proposals last year. It was just like, this is the way it is. So anyway, I'm very disappointed. And then we're going into the old growth NOI. Now, Mr. Chair, if I could ask.
Sure.
The conference call you have today with an attorney, is that from a forestry association attorney or who?
Yes. Yep.
And so this is a movement, not just within this forest, but nationwide. There are MOUs from
This
other.
had to come down. I mean, I think it started in the Black Hills, but with what we're understanding,
it's a regional, I mean, the region now has picked up on it. And if the region picked up on it, then there's no way one region can say this and another region is using a whole different interpretation. So, I mean, to our understanding, this has got to be a Washington office. They're saying, okay, yeah, we're going to do this. Now, you have to understand the environmental groups have been very contentious about allowing state agencies and local governments to participate on the ID team. So there's maybe some of that, but I guess that's all I want to say.
Are there other counties or states that have cooperative agencies that have had similar new MOU proposals? Do you know?
This we're the first ones, luckily or unluckily. So, but this is.
Do you have any idea? You probably, I'm guessing you don't, but there's not any idea on when you'd be able to really weigh in on this.
It's going to have a dramatic impact on the forest plan revision. Sure. But with that said, we're facing the old growth NOI, which is a Washington office, mainly Department of Ag, U.S. Department of Ag proposal for old growth management, which will have big impacts on our forest plan revision if it's implemented. So Crook County and several counties in Wyoming are asking for, I don't know what it'll entail, but they're asking for cooperative agency status with that process. I would request, or we would request, that Lawrence County does the same. Is request, and all I can do is turn us down or write us out, but we should request cooperative agency status for this basically forest-wide, U.S. National Forest-wide environmental impact statement.
And do we need to do that sooner than later? Do we need a document prior to that, Mr. Elk?
We should work on a request. Right now, we're not asking to have an MOU written. We're asking to be a cooperative agency, and I think that's just a letter.
I'm not sure about this. I would ask maybe help from Rich and Bill, because in the past, if we get cooperating agency, it's at the local level, and I email Steve, and it's usually as simple as that. I don't know who to contact regarding this.
This has got to go to the chief of the U.S. Forest Service.
Yeah. Mitch, could you help me with that?
We'll get it done.
Yeah.
Maybe at the next meeting. If it's, I don't know how time sensitive it is, but
we'll get you guys what you need for the next meeting.
Act on it.
If I may too, so you have the underlying MOU for cooperating agency. That's the one that Bill's talking about renewing the current one. And then there's
about an old growth that's going to be forest wide, right?
Yeah, and then there's
nationwide.
Oh, yeah, and that's why it's a little different. And then we have another cooperating agency agreement that's regarding the forest plan amendment. They required that specifically. So the underlying cooperating agency agreement wasn't sufficient for the forest plan amendment. So you have a second agreement for that. And now we're talking about potentially a third agreement. So I'm just trying to, you may remember some of that and put that all into context for you.
That's exactly what it is.
I think one of the issues too, if I may, is regarding here on our own forest, is the ability to sort of comment with some gravity on projects that are outside of the northern hills. And I think the Forest Service has been resistant to that sort of, why do you have an interest in something that's going on in the Mystic Ranger District? Well, clearly you might have, just because it crosses, the district boundary. That doesn't mean it doesn't have an impact here. And I would defer to Bill and Mitch and whoever, but I think that's another kind of ongoing issue as well.
The big argument there is that fires and bugs don't look at county, and we also have the impact of the Forest Service's the SO having impacts on the ability of our sawmills and spearfish to be able to even survive based on where the Black Hills National Forest is.
They're pulling logs out of
I mean,
we're getting weeds off the Forest Service, so we're not getting bugs and everything.
So I mean, we believe it's a false pretense as far as what they're requesting. So anyway, there's not a lot of good news out there.
Well, we appreciate the work that you're doing and keeping us apprised of the progress or lack thereof. At least we have an idea what you're struggling with.
I'd like to work with Bruce, and we need to formalize those biographies, Bruce, put them all in the same formatting, make sure it's all well done, because I believe we're gonna need to send that type of document to the Forest Service as we argue
And
this.
we have, is there, that, I don't know that that's a Bruce.
Well,
I
somebody
hate
can
to
we
say that, but,
I have all of them.
but if we have, that's almost a secretarial, someone that knows what, it's not a legal thing, it's a formatting.
Yeah.
It might be
And I
able to
hate
format.
to utilize.
Can we wait until we see?
Sure.
I have them all. Hopefully, I use Google Docs, and so sometimes there's trouble converting things. But we'll wait and see, right? If we need to, we can work that out.
Yeah, I that's what I'm saying is that, I mean, if we're gonna do this and have a formal presentation to the Forest Service on our expertise as a committee, which I would put up against any natural resource committee in the country. I mean, we've got expertise from one end to the other, and it's very smart people. So, but I do think it's gonna come in real handy going forward. So.
We appreciate it. Please.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just make a quick comment. Being president of the Multiple Use Coalition for Black Hills region, this attitude by the Forest Service is dangerous to multiple use management, which covers all these disciplines of, grazing, timber, minerals, recreation. And Lawrence County, of course, as you all know, has issues involved in all those. So my group would be pretty disappointed in this as well. We haven't talked about it specifically, but there's enough cross membership here that know what's going on. So I just wanted to make that point, and to take power away from the local county commission to me is a huge, huge misstep. If you can't designate who you want to represent you in this, that just isn't right.
I would tend to agree with that. I don't know, I'm not specialized in any of those items. The only one that I have a huge, actually, well, I'll say experience with is the access part, which will affect all of those. Mr. Sleep and I have a very different opinion on access into the forest. He wants it to get to his cows and not to let me ride my four-wheeler or take my Jeep up there. But we both have an interest in keeping those roads open, whether it be fire prevention or anything else.
Mitch, a comment to Mr. Chairman.
I just wanted to mention that we, about 10 days ago, asked the forest supervisor about the legality of this, what laws they are referring to, that they reference federal laws cannot allow participation, and there's been no response. And to add on to that, that's been the typical modus operandi. So 10 days ago, I think, is adequate time to at least say, I'll get back to you. Secondly, I did talk to the regional office, which oversees the forest in Colorado, Wyoming, South Dakota, 15 forests. I asked them if they were taking the same position as the Black Hills National Forest, and he said yes, they are. So that's why we're concerned. And there's a lot of other of our neighboring counties that are involved in forest plan revision that are also concerned.
Mr.
Thank you.
There's actually it's a Forest Service publication that you guys found that says that there is this opportunity to participate on interdisciplinary teams, and it talks about all this. And so it really appears to be an about face, right? Their own literature that they've issued suggests this is possible. Is that fair?
That is fair.
We will keep you guys informed.
We appreciate it. Thank you for all your work on these.
Good to
These
see
are
you.
important
Nice to see you.
items for our council.
Take care.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, it's 10 o'clock. We're going to do items from the public and items from the commission, and we have an executive session. And then we will be adjourning as the Board of County Commission and convening as the Board of Equalization after that. But first, we have the items from the public. Is there anyone in the public, either online or in the body of the audience, who have anything to bring before the commission today? Could you please state your name and address for the record? And we'll give you 3 minutes to have a discussion on what you would like to discuss.
I see no one online, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I don't see anyone else in here. And items from the commission. Anyone on the board have anything for the good of the order currently? Okay, then I would entertain a motion for an executive session for SCCL 125-2 subsection 3, consult with legal counsel, pending litigation or contractual matters. So
Second.
got a motion second to go into executive session. All those in favor?
I
Opposed?
Okay, I'm gonna mute it for now, whoever's listening online, so, and I'm gonna turn the camera off as well.
Okay, so are we ready?
So you're out of executive session? You want to make an announcement?
We are, yeah, we just didn't have the camera on. Give
I'm
us 1
afraid to
second.
touch it.
I think we just,
Okay, as our witness, I'm just gonna.
There's no one in the hallway.
okay,
Case number in the motion?
we have come out of executive session with no action having been taken. Mr. Alkill, would you like to reiterate what the motion might be, should we decide to approve?
Where you consider, Mr. Chairman, would be a motion in the case of Mr. Sittar versus, I'll just say Lawrence County, to authorize Mr. Williams to proceed with the proposed settlement agreement and stipulation.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to direct Mr. Williams to proceed with the settlement documents. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Williams. All right, is there anything else to come before this board before we adjourn and convene as the Board of Adjustment? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Someone?
We adjourn.
I'll second.
Yeah, we adjourn. Okay. I'll get a motion second to adjourn. We're adjourned. And now I would entertain a motion to convene as the Board of Adjustment. So moved.
Second.
A motion second to convene as Board of Adjustment. Once we take the vote, if this is ratified, we will then assign the documents to certify that we are adjusters of the Board of Adjustment. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Mr. Chairman, while we take care of some housekeeping matters, I'll leave the camera on, but I'm going to mute the microphone. I'm going to go over that equalization. No way. I got that a lot faster than I thought.
Good. We'll take a few minutes, so if anyone needs coffee or water,
pass them all. If you have any questions on any of them, just answer the ones.
I guess what I'd like to do is have you explain the new ones. We got 4 new ones. Summit Spearfish, Northern Hills Alliance for Children, Monument Health Network Incorporated. I'm not sure how that's different from the regular Monument Health and the CW Historic.
Okay, so
we're back. Board of Adjustment. I apologize. That is about 10:27.
Yeah, you guys all need to.
So we need to sign our oaths. Sorry, Brett. I got a little-
no, that's all right.
Okay, I'm sorry. If you could,
All right.
if you could go through and
Yeah.
explain those stories.
Okay, so the summit at Spearfish, that's where they're gonna have their church. Is in, it used to be a South Dakota office building, City of South Dakota office building, and they said they're moving their actual physical church there.
So the summit is a church?
It's the old Job Corps building. Yeah.
They have moved in there, or they will be?
They have
Job
moved in.
services.
Where are they at? Which building?
Job services building?
Oh, jobs.
Northern Hills Alliance for Children, that is where KDSJ used to be. They bought that and they're just, it's in Deadwood. And that's just another one of their buildings for.
Haven't they been renting that for quite a while, or somebody was using that for a daycare or something?
Yeah, and that's the Northern Hills Alliance, yeah. So they're a daycare. They have exempt on their other building, which is right next door.
Okay.
And then Monument Health Network is actually just the parking lot right next to Taco John's in Deadwood. For some reason, they've never had that exempt. So it's just their parking lot.
Yep. Across.
Yep. And then the Deadwood Historic Preservation Commission is just a piece of ground that they didn't have exempt on.
Okay. So what we need then is a motion. We also have the whole list of renewals. I think the only debate we ever really had over these was a couple on some alleged religious use properties that I think we decided that case law is against us, and I believe we've also lost in court on it specifically. So the regular list is the same as we approved.
That's
last
correct.
year.
They've already been approved.
So we're looking for to approve the renewals and then those 4 additional corporations that were discussed as tax exempt.
Need a motion for that? I'll make
Yes,
a
please.
motion that we declare these 4 and 5 the original ones.
The renewals, tax exempt. Okay, I'll second that. Mr. Outcat, do you have a comment?
Richard, your motion covered all the original ones
All
and the
ones, yeah.
renewals as well, right?
Yeah, I probably didn't say it quite that way, but that's what it should cover.
Okay, so I have a motion second to declare tax exempt the list of renewals we have in front of us. And also add the Spearfish, Northern Hills Alliance for Children, Monument Health Network, Inc. City of Deadwood Historic Preservation on the specific part of the specific parcels that were delineated in the discussion. Any other comments? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
All right, so we're gonna start on mail-ins.
Got one to do?
All right.
All right, we are at mail-ins.
Mr. Chairman, I think, and it'll get covered as they go along, some of the mail-ins originally denominated as mail-ins may be now stipulations as well. Is that fair, Brett?
They all should be, most of them should be all mail-ins. Yeah, I believe they've all been designated as
We've
either
been
now
working together to keep them
separate.
Yeah, we'll see.
Okay,
But we
so
had some last minute ones come in, so.
for the benefit of Commissioner Tisdall, stipulations are additional contentions that have they've stipulated to an agreement between the office and the petitioner to contest what their assessment is. They've come to an understanding, and then we have to ratify that or not. And then there'll be a discussion after that. This one, they've done a mail-in and chosen not to show in person, but we ought to make a decision.
We'll start with Black Diamond.
stick with staff determination on these, go with their proposed or where they think it should be, or somewhere in between. Is that a fair assessment, Mr. Alcantara and Ms. Rungy?
Yes. So the first one, I had a company called, actually, their name, Lamont Companies. They actually appealed 9 casino properties in Deadwood. And the first,
Can I ask
yeah.
you, I've got a whole list of them on my drive, there's numbers associated with them. Do you have any idea what?
Is it by address or parcel?
I have 2024 dash.
Oh, that's
And
by.
then PDFs, I got 28, 29, 30, 32, 35. Yeah. I don't
So
know.
that'll be 28, the first one.
Okay, when I looked at that, I saw Black Diamond Capital.
Yeah. So yeah, and actually, there's a couple different companies that they appealed for. One of them was Black Diamond.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. So this is 668 Main Street. It has the convenience market on the bottom and apartments up on top that were just remodeled. They're assessed at $565,000, $565,000, 20, whatever, $565,000. One thing they were concerned with is the amount of increase that has been going on over the last couple of years. So they have increased 44%, but part of that is they did remodel. I mean, and totally remodeled the top floors. Part of that is new construction. But I also basically, showed them in their grid what these comparables also went up over the last couple of years. So they can see that they're not being picked on. Basically, everyone's going up. All right, so actually the first comparable is one of the ones they bought in 21. And it is actually, I checked this twice because it's exactly the same square footage, no kidding. I checked it this morning to make sure, and it is. They have a casino and apartment on top. They bought that for $620,000 in 2021. No basement, just like the subject. Exact same square footage. The next, and these are all 1880s, 1890s buildings. Second comparable was bought in 22 for $500,000. It is basically an Airbnb, what it's being used for. It's way less square footage, no basement. These are all pretty close to the subject, and that's sold for $500,000. It's only 1,200 square foot as opposed to 4,300. The third comparable was bought actually in 23. It is a retail store downtown. That's where the Harley Davidson store is now. It is a little bigger square footage, and it does have a basement, but it's sold for $1,200,000. And then the last one was bought in 2020. It's 653 Main Street. Retail store on the bottom, apartments on top. It has 4,000, pretty close to the same square footage, no basement. It's sold for $690,000. Basically told them that they're not overassessed, and a lot of them have gone up, just like they have. That's at the bottom. 33%, 62. That's because that was remodeled. That 29 Lee, and then 32 and 30. Overall, 30% is the kind of the overall average increase for Deadwood businesses downtown over the last 3 years, about 10% a year.
So unfortunately, they got hit with both the increase and the remodel.
Yes, yeah, they got the remodel too.
They created their own increase.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what is the board's pleasure? So
I recommend no change. But
okay, so
Recommend following recommendations, and I move to follow recommendation. I'll get it done quick.
no change.
And no change.
Second. Okay.
You got a motion to follow recommendation and no change. Motion second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
all right, the next one is 678 Main Street, and they are their first comparable.
Yeah. For the record.
Okay, here's from the last one.
Keep this one on file.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. So this one, oh, actually, they're not the first comparable. I know there is one. But they own this one. They sold it for 600, they bought it for 620,000. The subject property is 3,000 square foot, casino, storage above, no basement, assessed at 407,000. They've gone up the 30%. The first comparable is 4,300 square feet, casino apartments, no basement, sold for 620,000 in 2021. Same the Lee Street one. A lot of these were pretty comparable. It's smaller, but it sold for 500,000, which is, yeah, it's just, yeah. 622 Main Street, $1.2 million. It is much bigger, and really the first two are the best comparables. But unfinished basement, they've gone up a lot because they remodeled also. That's 181%. They did a lot of remodeling. And the fourth comparable is a Harley Davidson shop for 1.2. Just, it is more square footage, but it sold for way more than what this subject is assessed for. But the first two are definitely the best comparables, and they sold for more than what we have the subject assessed for. So I'm recommending no change.
Move for no change.
Second.
Motion second to follow recommendation, no change. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
And I did call Lamont Companies and said, you can make an appointment if you want to. I did offer out of 9 one stip because I did see that we had the depreciation incorrect, but otherwise they haven't said anything since after they got these. So.
Thank you.
All right, 688 Main Street. This is a 12,000 square foot casino built in 1955. No basement. It's assessed at $2.3 million. It has had about the same increase since 2021. The first comparable is 677 Main Street, which sold for $4 million in 2023. It has around the same square footage. It's 11,400 square foot. It has a casino like the subject and a restaurant on top. It does have a basement, and they have gone up 50% because they had some remodeling also. The second comparable is the Bullock, sold in 2020 for $3.6 million. It has more square footage, but it is an older sale. 19 is casino, same as the subject. It does have a motel above, and they've gone up about 27%. The third one is sold for $4 million, and that was, it's about 19,000 square foot. Is bigger, but these are all sold substantially more than what we have the subject assessed for. So I don't think they're out of line, and I recommend no change.
Mr. Chairman, I see that, Brett, in their letter, they reference that they reference other comparable properties are assessed at. Do they provide any comps for you to review that support their position?
No, it was just, they just basically had a letter for each one of them, and they changed the address, and that's all they sent to me.
Where are these people from that are buying these things? Are they from California?
I don't know. I mean, I didn't look at the owners, but yeah, I don't know.
Aberdeen.
Well, the lawn companies that owns all, that is representing these properties is from Aberdeen, but they're just
That's
a
the
management company.
Oh, they are.
Yep.
Okay, what's the board's pleasure?
And do you have any questions?
I move to follow recommendation.
I'll second again.
So motion and second to follow recommendation and no change. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Oops.
Thanks.
Okay. 674 Main Street. So there we go. That's the one that actually sold in is its first comp. So it is assessed at $596,890. It sold in 2021 for $620,625. And of course, I have the Airbnb that sold on Lee Street for $500,000 in 22, which is a fourth of the square footage. All these have no basements. Then we have Maverick Black Hill Souvenir that sold for $690, and it is about the same square footage, $47.98 as opposed to $43.24. No basement. Then we have the Jorgensen's that we have already kind of presented. That one sold for 1.2. That's a bit bigger, but has unfinished basement. And I just think they're all selling for more than what our assessment says.
Okay.
Even some of these older sales are still above.
Move we leave it the same.
Second. Motion second. Recommendation. No change. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Get a break from me now.
Looks like we may be at Bert Corwin, the 35 Trust. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So the Corwins are out of the Lost Camp neighborhood near Cherry Peak, and this is their second year, at least with me, appealing. The Corwins disagree with the assessed value as they feel that property values have been raised enough over the past 3 years. So this comp grid shows 4 neighboring houses that are, although lovely, are inferior to the subject, and with the quantity of sales that have gone on in Lost Camp over the last 3 years and this previous year, and they were high dollar sales in the Lost Camp area, I recommend that there's no change.
Move to follow recommendation.
Second. The motion is second. Follow recommendation. Have no change. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Duncan.
Yep. Take one and pass it down.
Yep.
Same. Mr. Duncan appealed his cabin out on Misty Lane. His reasons were that it's a seasonal cabin. He only uses it a couple weeks a year. He doesn't like that the value's gone up, and he claims he hasn't done anything to improve the cabin. It has no electricity or indoor plumbing. Increase of 65% over the last 3 years. Road is maintained by Forest Service. He thinks the market has subsided, yada, yada, yada. So looking at these comparables, the subject is a 1974, 560 square foot, 1-story home. Sits on 2 acres. It's got a 300 square foot pole barn. Comp number 1 is a 1-story cabin. It was built within 1 year of the subject, similar square foot. It does have an indoor bathroom. It sits on a similar lot, similar size pole barn. It sold for $300,022. Comp number 2 is a newer 1-story home on a similarly sized lot. Pretty similar square footage. Does also have a bathroom, no garage. It sold for $210,500.22. Comp number 3 is a 1972 single wide on a quarter of an acre is all. Has a bathroom, less square footage, similar size pole barn, sold for 150 in 23. Column number 4 is just 144 square foot bunkhouse on 3 acres. It has no utilities, similar to the subject, no garage. It sold for 325 in 22. Column number 5 is out on Galena Road. It's just a pair of extremely old bunkhouses on a much smaller lot. Again, it would be similar in that it has no utilities, there's no plumbing, and it has no garage. It sold for 185. I have the subject assessed at 141,200. Given those sales and just the general market that we're in, I recommend no change.
Recommend no change.
Second.
Motion, all recommendation, no change. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Patrick Gainey. Property on Nickel Place.
I have a stated reason for putting that on the board as well.
So, Nickel Place is up off of Evans Lane, kind of like almost across from Evans subdivision. It's older homes, 60s, 70s homes. Typical one-story or raised ranch. The Gainies, if you look at the first picture, last year, or 2022, built a master suite addition over additional built-in garage. So the first picture is the addition. The second picture is what it looked like before they did the addition. When Patrick Gainey got his assessment notice reports, he saw it 66%. So that's his complaint. Not really that he didn't disagree, but the value just of the increase he thought was high. Well, the neighborhood itself did about a 14% average market increase. So everyone in that neighborhood got about a 14% bump due to the market. Plus, Mr. Gainey put on this addition, this master suite addition over built-in garage. The building permit was for $110,000. I asked him if that was about what he had in it when I was there to do the inspection, and he thought that was about right. So when you add those two together, that is a substantial increase, right? So what I did is I did the statistics of the subject property with an ending value of 437,840. The second column is basically what the house would have been without the improvement, but with the market adjustment that everyone else out there took, which would have been about $100,000 less, right? My first sale is on Nickel Place. That was built in 1973, a little bit newer, but it's also about 500 square feet smaller. That sold in July of 23 for $411,000. Very similar in quality, except that it doesn't have the brand new addition on it, right? Second sale is also on Nickel Place. That's a little bit newer, similar quality. That one is at split level. That sold for $405,000. And also has a detached garage with it. Third sale is on Tom Roll. Tom Roll is like 3 streets up to the north. Same area, just a little bit farther north. off of Evans Lane. Sale number 3 was built in 1972. There again, just a little bit newer, a lot smaller. That's only 1,092 square feet, so it did sell for less, but still at 383,000. Sale number 4 is also on Tom Rawl. That one is a bi-level, similar quality. That's sold in June 22 for 450,000. That one is 1,288 square feet. Based on the comparables within the neighborhood, his assessed value is not out of line. None of these other properties have had the improvements that he made in 22, 23, and there is no other house in that neighborhood that made those kind of improvements. So for his did go up a percentage higher because of that. And so I recommend no change to his assessed value.
Move to follow recommendations and no change to assessed value.
Second.
Got a motion second to follow recommendation, no change. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Should have gone up. Eagle Gravelog.
Thank you.
No, Wheel Street.
This is up in Lead.
All right. This is a house on Galena Street in Lead. This house is a 3-story, it was built in 1900 on about 5,000 square foot lot. It's in rough shape. They're doing remodel work to it. It's been in the process for about 2 years. And we have it assessed at 45% of what it is. The first sale is his. He bought it for 60 back in 21. We have it assessed at 59,000. Sale 2 is a 1-story, about half the square footage. Doesn't have a basement or any garages, and that's sold in 22 for 68. The third sale, 977 square feet. It's a 2-story. It has a garage. It sold in 23 for 55,000. The fourth sale is a 1-story, 1,100 square feet. Does have a basement, but it did have an electrical fire, and it's still sold with that, like after the electrical fire, for 82,000. And then the fifth sale is garage. So the area of it's about 288. It sold in 22, built in 1916 for $48,000. Square footage, price per square foot is at the very bottom. That's kind of just nice to see. So I recommend no change for the assessed value.
Just a question, that last sale 5, is there any water or sewer or anything in that building? It's just the garage. So this
right.
one, this one needing the water and everything updated. So
yeah.
And that's probably just looking at that as probably they're not in the same space. But.
Yeah.
Okay. Move to follow recommendations and no change evaluation.
Second.
Got a motion second to follow recommendation and have no change. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Gold dust.
Good idea, pass them down.
Get your steps in on that one.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. We need one more for Brandon.
Thank you.
Right. Alright. 665 Main Street. It has 48,000 square feet, casino, a hotel. We have it valued at $7.5 million. First comparable is the Franklin complex that actually sold this year in May, or last year in May. It has quite a bit more square footage, but 86,000 square foot, casino, hotel, same type of thing, same use with a basement, just like the subject. We have that assessed at 12, but it's sold for $17.5 million. Second comparable is 677 Main Street, which sold in 23 also for $4 million. It only has 11,000 square feet with a casino and a restaurant and a basement. These all have basements that go along with it. And they all are casinos, basically, with either a hotel or a restaurant. That sold for $4 million, 23. Then we have comparable number 3, which sold for $3.6 million in 2020. It has 19,000 square feet. So it's a bit smaller, just like the second comparable, but same uses, the basement. These are all built, except for the subject, which was built in 2000. Of course, the rest of them were built much older. The fourth comparable sold for $4 million in 2020. That has 19,000 square feet, which is considerably less. The basement, just from looking at the comparables, I don't think the gold dust is out of line with their assessed value. I think it could sell for more than what we have it assessed for. So I'm recommending no change.
Okay. Any questions? This is the Holiday Inn Express building on the corner of the old,
yes.
What was that called? What burned down?
Syndicate building.
There you go.
And it is a much newer building than the rest of these. So
I'll move to follow recommendations and not change the valuation.
I'll second that.
Motion second to follow recommendations, no change. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Right. We need to address these here.
Oh.
Sorry.
Pine View Group.
While she's looking for that, Chairman,
Please.
just wanted to compliment the equalizations office. Job well done. They were easy to work for. They supplied me with everything I needed to get prepared for this day. So it's a lot of paperwork shuffling from appointments to mail-ins, and just really work. It's good to work with a great team.
Well, this
Thank
is
you.
this Brett's second or third?
Second.
Running second. Just the second one. So far, we're not done yet. So far, it's pretty smooth. But you can come off the rails pretty easy. Especially now I'm running the show.
Brandon and
all right. Okay, Pine View. Okay.
So it's more commercial properties and
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, sir.
All right, 21 and 25 and a half Lee Street, built in 1900. Has 15,000 square feet. It's all motel. There is a basement, and it's assessed at $1.8 million. Comparable sale number one is the Bullock, which sold in 2020 for $3.6 million. It is about 4,000 more square feet with a casino and a motel, and it has a basement similar to the subject. Comparable number two sold for $4 million in 2020. It has 19,000 square feet, which is 4,000. It's a little bigger. Casino motel with basement. Then we have the first I put this in the comparable number 4, 20 on Lee Street, which is way smaller, but it's so much smaller, and it sold for 500,000 in 2022. But it's really close to the subject, so I put that in there. And it's just an Airbnb. So comparable number 3 is the Harley-Davidson store, which sold for $1.2 million in 2023. It has over half less square footage with the basement, similar to the subject, and was built in 1899. So all these were built around the same time. I just think 21 and 25 and a half Lee Street is assessed way less than what the sales are showing. So I don't think it's overassessed, and I recommend no change.
Recommend we follow, or I move that we follow recommendations and no change in evaluation.
And we'll second it.
Got a motion second to follow recommendation and no change. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. The only thing I'm going to add is when we're hearing these, and yours have been different. It's the same management company, but they weren't appealing their assessment necessarily. They were appealing the amount, the percentage that it increased.
Yeah.
And so your emphasis has been on percentages, but the other ones are comparable sales, and so those numbers are the same.
Yeah, and a lot of the percent increases, unless they've had new construction, have been all the same. I mean, it's been approximately 25 to 35%, right in that range. So, and I think I gave that to them,
And without them providing alternate comps,
right.
It's really all you do is show that it's the same in other cases.
Equalized.
Yes.
Equalized. All right. So that was
Another Pine View.
Another Pine View, 300. We're going ahead. 15. Okay. So 300, 350. All right, this motel is on 37 Sherman Street, 4,000 square feet.
Not cooperating, is it? There we go. Thank you.
It is assessed at $458,000, has unfinished basement, built in 1912. Its first comparable is itself. They bought it in 2021 for $1 million. Second comparable I have, it's down on Charles Street, the Cedarwood Inn, sold in 2021 for $825,000. And it does have more square footage, no basement. Really, its dates are all over the place. So it was built many different times, but originally it was built in 1910. Comparable number 3 is on Sherman Street, and it is 3,200 square feet. It's sold had to get some old ones to get similar. This isn't on Main Street, so I tried to get ones that were kind of off Main Street a little bit to show what they sold for. This one sold back in 2017 for $455,000. It's almost the same square footage, used as a motel, no basement. And then the fourth one is on Sherman Street, and this was, it's used as a tanning spa place now, but sold for $339,000 in 2020. It's about the same square footage, but the use of it is a little different in that it's office and retail, and it's just even more off Main Street, as you find on these the sale prices just go down as you get further away from Main Street, which is why we value land downtown at $55 a square foot and maybe 25 further away. So, but I mean, just using its own sale, I think we're assessed under market value, and I'd recommend no change.
So on comparable 2 or 3 and 4, you're just thinking because they're further away. They're
Yeah, well, and that
less.
Sherman Street one is pretty close, but it was an old sale.
Yeah.
And
But
it's
the valuation is a lot less.
yeah,
also.
yeah, it is. And it doesn't have a basement. That might have been partial reason some of that assessed value is a little lower, and it's a little smaller. And it is. Yeah, trying to think of what else. Yeah, that's about it. Probably basement and a little smaller square footage. Okay. But it went up exactly the same amount as the subject, percentage-wise.
And they've recently purchased the building for a lot more than the valuations.
Yeah.
I'll move to follow recommendations.
Well, second again.
Motion second, follow recommendation of change. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
All right, one more with Pine View Group.
Thanks, Rich.
All right, so 19 Lee Street is right by 21 and 25 and a half. This actually was a new addition onto the, they tore down the old one and put this up in 2014. It's a 3,600 square foot hotel, no basement. Assessed at $469,000. One down the street, the 29 Lee Street sold for $500,000 in 22. It has a little more than half the square footage in the subject with no basement, and it's 1878 building, although it has been remodeled. The next comparable number 2 that I have is a 4,700 square foot building. Sold for $690,000 in 2020. It's a retail store and apartment above, no basement, similar to the subject. A little bigger in square footage, but not much. And it sold for $690,000. Comparable number 3 is a little bit bigger, also 4,300 square feet, built in 1888. No basement. Sold for 21 for $620,000. And comparable number 4 is 614 Main Street. It sold in 2021 for $825,000. It is a bit bigger, but unfinished basement. And just from the comparables, I think that 19 Lee Street is not overassessed. And would recommend no change.
Did the building at 614 Main Street forecast their taxes, their valuation?
No.
That a pretty significant increase.
Yeah, and they also did some remodeling after the sale.
I was guessing.
Yep.
Okay.
Move to follow recommendation.
Second. Got a motion second, follow recommendation of no change. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Karen Reinhold, Karen and Ron.
Chairman, let's not get a letter of this.
Okay.
Would you like me to read the letter out loud?
It's up on the screen.
Okay. We'll just take,
Practice for us reading.
okay. Just take one and pass it down, please.
Properties in Eagle Ridge Estates off Main Avenue. Looks like they're testing the percentage increase.
Right. They were pretty upset about the percentage of increase, and I explained to him that it was market-based in that particular neighborhood and throughout most of Lawrence County. He was saying that the market, of course, has become stagnant or at least declining. And I said perhaps throughout the nation, but not in our particular county. So 2915 Bald Eagle Road, the assessed value of that property is $860,000. It's on 5.39 acres and it was built in 2001. It is a one-story structure. The second, or the sale number one, is actually their own property. They purchased that property in 22 for $910,000. And of course, it's exactly comparable. Sale number two is also in the Eagle Ridge subdivision. It is on smaller acreage. It sold for $880,000 in 2023. It is a one-story. It is smaller in square footage and in garage size as well. The next one is in Gateway Court, which is actually off the golf course in Spearfish. It sold for $859,324 of 2022. It's on 0.31 acres, built in 1997, so fairly close as far as the age of construction. It is a very good condition, so it's of a better quality. It has less square footage on the main floor, and it has less or more on in the garage. The for sale is in Mountain Plains, similar type of subdivision with similar roads and topography. It sold for $875,000. It's on quite a smaller set of acreage. It sold in 2023. It was built in 99. Again, it's good quality, and the square footage above grade is less than the subject, but they do have a little bit more as far as garage. They have an attached and a detached garage. Then the last one I have is 1305 East Woodland Drive, which again is somewhat similar in topography. It's just located closer to Spearfish, and you don't have to drive on the gravel road, of course, to get to it. It sold for $900,000 in 2021, and it is an older sale. It's on 2.49 acres, which is of course smaller than the subject. Built in 2007, so it's a little bit newer. But the square footage above grade is less than subject, and the attached garage, of course, is a little bit more. But if you look, I broke out the price per square foot with removing the land value in those particular comps. If you look at that, they're all fairly similar in the price per square foot. So with that being said, I recommend no change. The market supports the assessed value.
And I assume these other comparables had a similar percent of increase?
They did. Eagle Ridge did go up about 16%, and then the only one that did not was my Mountain Plains neighborhood. They had a land increase of about $45,000 and a 20% bump on the structure values. So they went up a little bit more, but again, that market in there is different than what we have as far as the Eagle Ridge market. They sell for a little bit more than what the Eagle Ridge properties sell right now.
Okay. Move follow recommendations and not change the value.
Second.
The motion second, follow recommendation, not change. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Zindler.
I have a bit of a letter too.
Sorry, what?
We have a bit of a letter too.
Thanks, sir.
So like you.
Okay, this is kind of a goofy one because the house is on a percentage of complete. Brent tried to go there this fall to do a review. The road was gated, so she just called him and he basically told her that nothing had changed. He's kind of mad because the value is going up, even though he hasn't been able to finish the house yet. But that's purely just due to market, land and improvement increases in the neighborhood. So the actual assessed value of this house on our records is $148,740. I kind of have to defend the value as if it was completed because I don't have a lot of sales of houses under construction. The owner doesn't live here, so I wasn't able to get in. He said he won't probably be here until July. So if I were to remove the adjustment that we have that reflects the unfinished work in the home, the value would be $197,920. We would have $69,490 on the land and $79,250 on the building. So the subject is a two-story home. He started building it in 2005. It's 1,536 square foot. It's got one bath and it sits on 4.7 acres. Retreat Road is way down south, like you're flirting with the Wyoming line at this point. Comp number 1 is an older one-story home. It's got 862 less square foot than the subject. It sits on a smaller lot. It sold for $210,522. Comp number 2, significantly older one-story house, 864 less square foot than the subject, and again, it's sitting on a smaller lot. It does have a pole barn, but it sold for $300,022. Comp number 3 is an older one-story. It has almost 1,000 less square foot. It only has a half bathroom. That comp number 3 is on the same road as the subject, and it sold pre-COVID, which is kind of before our market really took off, and it still brought $110,000. Comp number 4 is an older one-story, 773 less square foot, smaller lot, sold for $412,500 in 23. Comp number 5, I included this mostly for informational purposes. This is a lot sale, but it is on the same road as the subject. So it sold for $75,000. It's similar in size as the subject lot. We have $69,490 on the subject lot. So basically just to show the land is in line too. But until he can let me into the place to make sure that our percent of complete is right, I can't really recommend a change on this. I would recommend no change.
So are you at 197 or are you at 148?
148 because it's not finished.
So he's sort of getting the benefit of the doubt.
Exactly. Especially considering we haven't been able to actually set foot on the property since I believe 22.
Yeah. So you're not doing the full assessment at 197, which you could do if he wouldn't let you in the place. But since he's out of town, you're giving him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, and I will call him again this fall and try to get in. But yeah, so the 197 is what it would be assessed at if I took that adjustment and considered it complete.
Your item number 3, is that doesn't have a foundation or does it have a foundation?
No foundation.
No foundation.
That looks like it's just on blocks, actually.
Yeah.
And that sale is just he's assessed at 140, and that's a inferior structure to his, and it sold pre-COVID, which everyone in this room knows what happened to our market after COVID, and it still brought $110,000. So I don't think his assessment's out of line.
I move to follow recommendation.
Got a motion, second, follow recommendation, no change. Any other discussions? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Jay Hewitt, that's a bit of a narrative too.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you.
Okay. This is a lot located in Centennial Vista, which is off of Pendle Road to the south of that road. It has all gravel road, fairly large lots. Topography is somewhat rough to some degree. Hewlett's were upset about the value increase. It's 2.61 acres. We have them valued at $136,100. The first comparable sale on that 2.61 is actually his sale. 8/18 of 2021, he paid $140,000. So I'm fairly close to market value on that particular lot, as we are required to be at 100%. The second comparable sale is also in Centennial Vista. It's lot 13. It is 3.46 acres. That one sold in 2023 for $145,000. The final comparable 3, is 3.84 acres. That one sold in 2023 for $170,000. Now, the land in that particular neighborhood all went on the first acre to $110,000 from 90, and then each additional went to $10,000 per acre. So there was an increase in value throughout that neighborhood just based on the bare land sales that we've accumulated over the past 2 years.
Okay.
Move to follow recommendations and not change valuation.
Second.
Got a motion, a second, to follow recommendations, no changes, discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Gene Johnner.
Of course, the most of his land is unusable and hard to get.
I don't have that one. It's 57. 57 on mine is Jeff Jones.
Yeah.
Who put those in there?
Is that right? No.
Johnner's next.
That's what I have, is Jones. Did we move Jones? 57.
No, I've got this on the list, but I don't.
No, that's fine. I just have them out of order. I apologize. My bad.
In the interest of my voice, I'll just give you a minute to read through this cover summary.
Okay.
And the plan is on the next page to give you a site of reference. Okay, so basically, the Johnner's had 5 acres, which comprised both lots 1A and 1B. And back in 22, for whatever their reasons were, they had that 5 acres replatted into 2 lots. They did provide a 40-foot access right-of-way easement through the front lot, which is where they live, to the back lot. I don't know if their intent was to sell it or maybe to build back there and sell the front lot. That I don't know. But their objection is that they don't feel that the back lot should be the value that it is because it's got no utilities. So if you will look at my comps, the subject, which is lot 1B, which is the back lot beside their house, it is 2.48 acres. We have it set at $105,920. The first sale, all of these sales are west of Spearfish, which is where the subject is, off the McWigan Road and Oliver Street. But the first sale is up off of Tin Road in Madison Lane. It is 2.48 acres. That sold in August of 2022 for $179,000. The adjoining property, which has a house on it, was purchased by the same people. So kind of a similar situation where access isn't real great unless you're the person that lives next to it, but access is there. The second sale is up on McQuiggan Road. That one is in city limits, as it's part of McQuiggan Ranch, but it's up on the hill. And it sold for $137,500 in January of 22. That's 1.891 acres. All of these lots were unimproved when they sold. This one now has a house on it. The next page, sale number 3, is on Mineral Place. That one also has unique access. That's 2 acres exactly. That sold in April of 22 for $137,000. Sale number 4 is on McQuiggan Road on gravel, so farther south. That sold for $125,000 in September of 22. It's 2.42 acres. There again, it's not an improved lot. The last sale is on Pine Oak. It's a newly platted lot that is on Hillsview Road, and that sold for $190,000 in April of 2023, and it is 2 acres. All of these lots are on the same land table because everyone wants to spearfish in that lower area. It's pretty much on that same land table that I described in the summary cover letter. So I recommend no change because it does have access and it doesn't take much to put utility there and sell it for a lot more than $105,000 probably.
Move to follow recommendation.
Second. The motion second to follow recommendation, no change. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Jones, right? Back to 7.
This is also a land appeal. Oh.
I'll get her.
All right.
No, if I can hang on to it.
All right. This land is located on basically right near Strawberry Hill, overlooking 385 on the left side as you go up. So you would have to go on Upper Two-Bit Road to get in there, and then it's surrounded by Forest Service land, and you get off that and you do a little Forest Service road to their lot. It's 7 acres, but really the only usable area is approximately, and I kind of did this on the map, it's probably around 12,000 square feet. It literally just goes down to 385, boom, like that, right from where the flat spot is. And on the other side, it goes down into gully. So it's this one, I have to admit, I did struggle on. It's difficult to find lots similar to this that sell. The one that I found was, if you can look at it, the first comparable, that's out by Labrador Creek Road, Red Path Creek Road. You have to go out and work to get to it and then do some dirt trails to get to the. So comparable number 1 is a very odd shaped lot. It sold in 2023. It's 2.02 acres for $33,000. And yes, it's less than the subject. It's not, one thing to take into fact is the location. It's pretty much out in kind of a rough area of the county. The access is much more difficult. I know the subject did say they're waiting, they want to improve the road. They're waiting for the Forest Service to do a bat study, and they're hoping they don't find any bats to be able to improve their road. So They do pay, it's a non-motorized road. They do pay $150 a year to get a permit to be able to go to their lot. But otherwise, I drove it last week. I did have to, it is seasonal for sure, and she said, said that. But I was able to get halfway down the road and then walk the rest. It wasn't that far. So the access isn't bad. It's close to Lead Deadwood area. It's not that far away from. So comparable number one is kind of out in the middle of, it's not nowhere, but it's out there, right? Comparable number two, it's actually geographically pretty close to the subject. It's a little further down 3 to 5, and the access is difficult. It is on a Forest Service road, and the topography of it, just like that number one too, is there's not a lot in comparable sale number one that can be used. It's pretty rough topography, a hill, and then it down by the road, which goes to that little neck area where it kind of closes together. There's a road that goes through there. There's some areas to build down there, but the area for number two to build is kind of down by the road on the south end of it. Otherwise, it's pretty hilly. That sold for $59,000 in 2021. It's 4.71 acres. I'm thinking it sold for more. It's a lot. The location of it is not as far away from, Lead Deadwood or other areas that people want to go. Number three is an 8.74 acre lot that he's building a house on right now, and I went to it this summer. And if you look at it on the north end, on the highlighted part of the lot, and the kind of the north, right on the north line, you can see a little circle area that's kind of white and tannish. That is where he's building, and that's pretty much the only area that's buildable. And it's a very scary road to get to the top of that.
No. I don't want any of this stuff.
It is literally, it was scary getting up to that house, and it's going to be, I can't imagine it's anything but seasonal access. I mean, to get to this place, it's difficult. I mean, you have to go on Wharf Road and then somehow get on Roman, I don't remember, it was Roman Road on the south end. It's a summer thing. It sold for $35,000 in 2019. And just to show, so number four is really just to show you how the market has increased. So this sale is literally only 3/4 of a mile from number one as the crow flies. Kind of shows it on that map where it's located. It sold in 2021 for $10,000, and it's 1.5 acres. And if you look at comparable number one, which is just a little bit bigger and very odd shaped, that sold for $33,000. So that's a 230% increase from December of 21. And I think that, there's similar location, similar topography, buildable area, and I know that it's pretty incredible looking at those two to see how much they've increased. And none of these have utilities. Hers doesn't either. It would be difficult. They have solar panels for electricity, but and I know it's at $48,000, and I just think we're in the range. What exactly it's, and I told her that that's what we were going to go with. I think she could sell it for that. I think we're in the range. So but it is difficult, I have to admit.
Agree. I guess my only comment on this is, you said they have non-mechanized access.
It's a non-motorized road.
And all the rest of them actually have actual access. Is that correct? It looks to me like, even when you have via Forest Service Road 170.
Yeah.
Because walk-in access and actual being able to drive a vehicle on it, whether it's 1 month a year or it's all year round, I think that's a significant difference.
Well,
but I'd say that having owned property that's like this before and going, which I still do actually, I still can't get to it unless I drive up the hill like this.
Yeah.
Well,
they got a permit, so they can get a permit for $150 a year to drive on it.
So they can drive.
They can drive to it, but they have to pay for it.
They have access to every month to drive on.
Yeah, but it is difficult. I have to admit that they're having to improve it at all, which actually isn't too bad. But they did say, she said, when it rains, it's difficult. You can't get out. The rain goes across the road, and it's difficult. But otherwise, I didn't find it was too bad of a road.
That's what Jeeps and dirt bikes, four-wheelers, rain rangers, all the other.
Or extra food and beverages.
Right.
Stay there.
Yeah, I guess when the tornado warning went through a couple years ago, they couldn't get out because it was raining so hard. The water was going across the road, and she goes, yeah, I'm gonna check the the weather more often now, and we'll leave before go stay at a hotel before we go to that again. So, but you know, it's kind of, I hate to say it, but I mean, I think they could put a cabin up there, but it'd be real difficult for utilities. And it's kind of just a camping spot at this point. They have a camper up there. That's pretty much it. So, you know, they were hoping for a little bit of a decrease, but I don't think we're out of line. I think someone would pay something like this for it. But I have to admit, it's, yeah. So
I'd be for reducing it.
What's this?
I'd be for reducing it.
Okay, do you have anything in mind
Not
compared to
especially,
these other comps?
Maybe 10,000.
Okay, due to the access.
Just the access.
Okay. Is that a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
Okay. We have a motion to decrease the value of the assessed by 48,040 to 38,040 because of the access and well, the access is. So we'll see if there gets a second.
Yeah.
It's a hard one.
yeah,
I know, and I'm just saying,
it is. Yeah.
I kind of defer to the expertise of the department. But like I say, I've also owned property like this, and it's like,
Yeah. No, and I understand, honestly, you know, this is about what I could fund. I mean, there's just
it's the
not,
comps,
it's
it's trying to.
a really special case.
Mr. Alfred, did you have a
I have
comment?
another one too, so.
Question. Is this parcel, is it distinguishable from the others? So in this one, is it it'd be very difficult to actually build a cabin up there, if not impossible? If that's the case, does that distinguish it from the other comps that you have where you actually could get the cement truck in and you could get trusses up and that kind of thing?
I think it would be difficult. I don't think it's impossible, although depending on what the Forest Service decides, you know, with their bat study or whatever, and when they get it done, and how they can improve the road, you know, it's really up to that kind of stuff.
So it might be a thing if we left it this year and they came back and said, we can't get up here, the Forest Service said we can't do this because of the bats, then you might reconsider it next year.
Oh, yeah, because then it would be walk-in access only, but, yeah, they have no idea when it's gonna be done. They just kind of go,
Yeah.
we'll get it done sometime.
Mr. Alfred?
Their permit for access, do we know what that scope is? Is it just for them to drive a residential sort of vehicle in, or could you get the cement truck in right now? As it is?
That I don't know, but I think it's just for them to drive in.
So we do have a motion to reduce this by 10,000.
I'm gonna second.
Okay, have a second, we'll have some more discussion on it, if anybody cares to. Is there-
Second. So if you knock that down 10,000, you're still a little over 5,000 acre, right around 5,000 acre. I think that's the appropriate value.
And after the report we just heard about the Forest Service, I have no concerns. Yeah.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, if not, all those in favor say aye. I think we'll do roll call on this.
Driscoll,
Aye.
Reed,
Aye.
Jennings.
Aye.
Henning.
I would say aye as well.
Great.
It's not often that we do that kind of thing,
No,
but on
and then-
occasion,
Honestly, and there's another one too, it's just a very special circumstance and you kind of go, ugh, what to do with it? You know, there isn't a lot to go by. She will be very happy.
Right, yeah, right.
okay, Reiner, is that what we're on?
Yes.
Really, huh?
She's in there with us.
I like my picture, sorry.
Is this one or two?
There's two there. There's two more there.
Having trouble getting their sandwiches. They weren't answering the phone, so Tim went there to order in person.
It's a nice house.
Yeah.
So, I don't know if you just want to raise it and get it uphill might be the simplest.
Okay.
There's a whole thing on the back too, but I didn't get that up there, so I can read
pass around.
Which do you prefer, Chairman?
It's completely up to you. I would suggest that the backside is more of a discussion on the conditions that she's in and complaints of property taxes in general, and not specific to the subject property, but I think everybody should probably do it.
I think it'll make a system, right?
Sorry.
And I apologize if I've diminished that discussion at all, but I mean, I can read it. My house is 36 years old, and it's excessive to raise taxes this much because of out-of-state transplants moving here and driving property values up because they overpay market value. Most of my land is over the cliff. It is unusable. I apologize for stumbling on that a bit. So that she's arguing that there's some terrain in that area. There is, but I have severe anxiety over this. I do not want anyone from
the government.
Yes, government from inside my house, so that she would let people come and look at it, which is another thing. Financial hardship over raising my taxes is a real issue. Currently working on a DOJ complaint against the state for wasteful spending. It sounds like she's talked about possibly going to the state to appeal if we don't do it at this level.
So when Julie initially called, that was the first thing I did, is I reviewed the record, and I don't think anyone had ever been inside this house. So I did call her back and asked if she would be interested in just double checking the data, verifying the data, and she declined. So from there, I just made a photocopy of a pretty good image of the whole front of the house. This is in Pine Oaks subdivision, which is west of Spearfish, between Higgins Gulch and Wild Turkey. Timberline Road is a loop that runs up through Pine Oaks subdivision. And she's more to the top of the development. She is on 4.18 acres. The house was built in 1989. It's 3,692 square feet to the best of our estimations and the last exterior inspection. We have it assessed at $626,970. I have done some land table adjustments in Pine Oak subdivision as well as a % market increase. My first sale I used was March of 2023 for $850,000. That was a house built in 1996 on 5 acres. It does have a pole shed, so it does have an accessory building, but it is also a lot less square foot on the house at 2,130, and that sold for $850,000. Sale number 2 is a little bit older house. Oh, well, no, it's not. 1992. It's on 5.33 acres. That sold in March of 23 for $700,000. That is a 1-story over basement with a detached garage, where obviously Julie's is an attached garage. And the last sale really isn't a comparable sale because it's a 2006 single lot or double wide on 1425 Hill Street. That's on 5.54 acres, and it sold in August of 2022 for $530,000. So obviously a lot less of a quality of a home than hers. So I don't believe her assessed value with the information that we have available to us at $626,970 is out of line. I recommend no change.
Motion on call a recommendation.
Got a motion second to call a recommendation, no change. Is there any other discussion?
I might, Mr. Chairman, if I might, sale number 1 and the last sale, I got 3 cars garage, 3-car garages on there, and so they put quite a little more money.
They did. And the last sale
You
is
just did.
also a 2006 double wide manufactured home. But that's just an indicator if that bought.
She's got a 3-car house.
Yeah, this, the one that's on there,
I guess
there's not, there aren't 3 bays, it looks like there's 2 bays.
It
but one
is
is a double.
3-car.
Yeah.
And it's got one heck of a view.
30,000 back in 2022, or 626,000 assessment on close acreage for a stick-built larger home is not unreasonable.
Did you get your answer?
Yeah.
Your question answered? Yeah. Okay, any other comments? Sorry.
There was more than 2, there was 3, Rick pointed out the one is, looks like it's two doors, but it's really wide enough for 3.
And I also looked for sales with similar acreages because that's one of her complaints. Well, from my experience in our sales analysis, those lots, if they drop down the back, it doesn't influence the sales. In fact, in Timberline Road, I've had one of them I referred to, and another one of the appeals is a new plat sold for $190,000 for 2 acres. With that as Hillsview Road access, there's 2 that sold up on Timberline, one for $175,000 and one for $200,000 in 2022. Those are kind of similar in the back parts of the lots, kind of go into timbers and rock ledges, and that doesn't seem to influence sale prices.
Well, some of that is that they protected their view shed.
Yeah.
Nothing can be built behind them now because they own over the cliff.
That property has a huge view to it.
So my partial reason for including some of those was the larger 4 to 5 acreages, because that's one of her complaints, is that she can't use a lot of them. Well, the sales have indicated that those influences are not detrimental to the sale prices.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Those are the people that voted for against gravel. So, no, I don't.
Oh, we're not going to go there. All right. Any other discussions or decisions? Hearing none, all those in favor of the following recommendation and no change, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion
Her,
carries.
her ex is a beer contractor, so I'm sure she isn't opposing.
All right. All right, formerly known as the Golden Hills in Lead is our next appeal.
Huh?
Yep.
All right.
Thank you.
And quite a few more commercial this year than previous, but we have been increasing them more than they have before. So, all right. Now the Hampton Inn in Lead. It is assessed at $2.9 million. It has 54,860 square feet, plus an 11,000 square foot parking structure, and it does have an 800 square foot unfinished basement. But basically, it's all hotel parking. Is just that other parking structure. It was built in 1989, and it's been totally remodeled. All right. The first comparable, I tried to get things just in Lead, just because it is kind of its own little market. So I didn't have all hotels, but the first one is on 215 West Main Street, and it's a motel, sold in 2022 for $1.1 million. It is 5,796 square feet, and it's built in 1912. So it sold for about $135 a square foot. And the assessed value per square foot, this doesn't include the parking structure. So on the Golden Hills, the Hampton Inn, I didn't include that parking structure really into this. I just did the motel as far as price per square foot. So they're assessed at $53.54 a square foot. The second comparable is what used to be the old assisted living. It's now been turned into apartments. It sold in 23 for $970,000.
I'm gonna stop you there
Yeah.
because there's no way if the building is 54,000 square feet and you're assessed at $3 million, it's gonna be about 150,000 square feet. You'd be
Well-
triple that amount. Because if it was at $1 million,
Yeah.
it'd be 54. Is that right? Is my math wrong?
Well,
You're at $60 well.
At $3
And I
million and 54.
may have taken
100 square
off
feet,
the land
54,000
value to
square
get to
feet.
that, so I'd have to,
There's something
Usually
in
try
that
to-
math I know is not.
let's see.
Time.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
sorry
right. Yeah, I'll leave
to
that.
throw a wrench into this, but I
No,
want to make
that's
sure
all
that
right.
we're looking at apples.
That's
Yes, 53. Take your shoes off.
Right? Is that what the problem is? I don't have enough fingers in one hand to do
No,
this?
no.
That's entirely possible.
No, it's there.
Right to me.
Yeah, you're struggling for comps.
Man.
Holy cow.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, yep, nope, I apologize, that's totally me.
all right. So,
Sorry.
let me go
No,
back
I'm
to,
glad you
so
did.
comparable number one is actually a motel. So I wanted to get some that were of a similar use, but there's not a whole lot of sales in Mead as far as commercial hotels. And certainly, of course, we do have on the Hampton Inn a really big functional on there to take off value because it is an unusual size hotel for that area. I mean, it's really, there's not really a lot of comparables. So we do have that. So just, all right. If we want to just stick with hotels, the Blackstone Lodge sold in 21 for $1.8 million. It is a 34,000 square foot hotel. It is not as good of quality a hotel. No basement, no parking structure, and it was built around the same time, but right now it's assessed at, or it's sold at $52 a square foot, and that was back in 21. And it's not as, I mean, it did have a little bit of remodeling, but it's not as a good condition and not as good a quality hotel. So
The penitentiary one. I always thought it looked like a jail. When it was first
Well,
built.
my aunt and uncle stayed there and said that the breakfast was really a toast bar. That was about it. So, but that may have been time. I don't know. Anyway, so
Okay.
but I just wanted to show that square foot wise, what it's assessed as compared to what things sold for in Lead, especially number 3, which is, I mean, those apartments are in really rough shape. They sold in 22 for $500,000. The price per square foot, even including the attic, which isn't really, it's in rough shape. It's at $53. It sold at $53.
I owned those 20 years ago.
Yeah, they're in rough shape right now.
The old Medinovich apartments?
And they sold at $53 a square foot. I just think they're not out of line, and that would recommend no change for the Hampton Inn.
I move to follow recommendation.
I'll second. Got a motion second to follow recommendation of no change. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Is that all of the write-ins that we had?
Yes.
Okay. And I think we're going to
have lunch
here. Minimum pause, but I think it's probably you guys up to for a bit of a break. Be back at 12:30. We got our sandwiches here. You guys can do what you need to do in the next half hour and be ready for the lightning round for tips.
Yep.
All right.
All right, I'm gonna turn the microphone off and camera off, so I'll leave the recording going until we start again.
go quite as fast.
Yeah.
No, but
A little time in between, yeah.
we are back in action. So the very first one I've got is Adam Autoglass. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Basically, Adam is on 10.038 acres, but he submitted paperwork to qualify for ag. So all we're doing on his, we are not changing the structure value. The structure value will stay the same at 618,910, but the land value will go from C1 class at 104,710 to A class at $1,620 for a total value new $620,530. And he qualified for A. It just is what it is.
Okay, so you met the 2 of the 3
He
criteria.
submitted the paperwork.
And what business is the firefighting business? That's what-
No, he does tree removal. with that.
He does.
Yeah, and he has a big grinder.
Yep.
So he probably is growing trees on there.
And to be honest, well, I don't know. This is Rippy Ranch, way out west, almost to the Wyoming state line.
But you got the documentation that shows
Yeah.
that he's
And
growing.
honestly, I didn't look at the documentation. Nicole in our office looks at that. And I don't know what he does on that 10 acres. His house is on there, but there's a portion back there. Maybe even haze something, since it is 10 acres. Because it doesn't take much to qualify for the $2,500 egg income.
I forgot about it. Hay it too.
Yeah, so he could hay it with the 10 acres, because there's just not a lot of trees out in that
Right. It's what?
development.
It's over 40 or show harvest a crop and we got 2 or 3 and the other one is it $2,500 is all?
Yeah.
That you prove that you made it off it.
So the primary thing you need to do is you need to show that you have some kind of ag, you're
Production.
doing something kind of ag related. And then you either have to meet the 41 acres or the $2,500, 3 out of 5 years.
So cutting trees, doing hay, and then making sure they have the receipt so it shows that come out.
Right. So
Every other.
it's
So
not
he
really,
had, so statutorily, he met the qualifications.
he met the qualifications, and he does qualify, so. I just made a proposed stipulation that we change from his non-ag C1 class to his ag C class.
Okay. We just need a motion to.
Motion to follow recommendation.
Okay. Second. Got a motion second to follow recommendation and approve the STIP. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
I had the Crook Mountain LLC. He owns a bunkhouse off of Crook Mountain Road or Crook City Road. He asked me to go look at it because he had a question about the quality of construction. And so when I did, and after the inspection of the property, it was determined that the quality was in fact overstated. So I corrected that to reflect equalization amongst all the other bunkhouses that I have. The only value that will change will be the NAC1 value. So the NAC of 62,000 on the 4 acres will remain the same. The NAC1 value will go from 104,150 to 71,090 for a total valuation of $133,090. From 166,130, sorry, to 133,090.
Good.
Move to follow recommendations.
Second.
The motion second, follow recommendation and approve the stipulated adjustment. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Lovin Denning.
Okay. This was actually a house that was torn down on October 25th of 2023. They called because they had not told us that they had torn it down. So until they got their notice. So I went out and the house was removed. So the structure value will go from NAC1 at $296,670
to just the garage value of NAC on the NAC one side of $16,290. So the total value will go from $486,670 to $206,290, and that's just reflecting the removal of the dwelling.
Motion to follow recommendation.
Motion to second, follow recommendation, approve STIP. Any discussion? And then all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Flores.
So Dina let me in the house. After the inspection, we corrected some square footages of the living area. One of the wood decks that we had on the record was gone. Up the physical depreciation a little bit. The house is in a little rougher shape since the last time we were there. So land won't change. NAC will stay at 99,630. NAC 1 goes from 251,960 down to 204,870, which brings your total value from 351,590 to 304,500.
Motion to follow recommendation.
I'll second that. Motion to follow recommendation, approve STIP. Anybody else? Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Roger Brandt, Stagecoach Trail.
Okay, so for Roger Brandt, we had a coding error with the CAMA system, and so his first initial assessment notice went out with just the land on it. So after a conversation with him, we let him know that the improvement would be added to his assessment notice, and we mailed it out to him. And so he's going from $130,000 assessed value to $451,140 to include his condominium in Apple Springs.
Those are the way we like to see it.
Yeah.
Start making up for some of this. Our budget. Move that we follow recommendations and approve STIP.
Second.
Got a motion second to approve the STIP. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
So
Raleigh
this-
Ranch Users Association.
This is the Frawley Ranch Water Users Association. This is their well lot. When I adjusted the land in Frawley Ranch, it was included in that adjustment and should not have been. So I just corrected the value back to the actual water lot value of last year. So the NAD is going to go from $4,780 to $3,450.
Move to follow recommendation and approve STIP.
Second. Got a motion second to approve the STIP. Raleigh Ranch, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. GJH Ranch.
Yep. Joel appealed his value on his cabin way down Nemo Road. He did let me do an on-site inspection. I removed a yard shed that we had on the record. It's not there. Up the physical depreciation a little bit just to more accurately reflect its condition. So again, land stays the same at 78,640. Structure goes from 222,650 down to 192,680, which brings his total from 301,290 to 271,320.
All right.
Motion to
approval.
Second.
Got a motion second to approve the STIP. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. G3 Properties.
All right, this is the new Sherman-Williams building in Spearfish, and we had two coding errors, and this is the other one. When the assessment notice was sent out, it was just the land at $327,240. We added the structure value. I called them, sent them a new notice, and the structure goes from 0 to $405,280. So with a total of $732,520.
It hasn't been built long ago either.
No, it was just entered in October. Yeah.
Move approval.
Second.
A motion second to approve the STIP for G3 Properties. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Maryland Havens.
Marilyn has a double wide over in Whitewood off of Whitewood Road. She asked me to come and look at it because it is pretty much unlivable. The mother wall has actually separated from each other. There is no water, no electricity. Birds are living in it. It's pretty crazy. So the NAC value will stay at $29,750. The NACM1 value will go to basically just the storage shed value of $3,010. And then the NACC2, which is a pole building that they use commercially, will stay at $17,990. So the values of the value of the property will go from $149,830 to $51,050.
Motion follow recommendation.
Second. Got a motion second to follow recommendation on the STIP. Approve the STIP. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Larry Leah Hop.
Yep, they just had a storage shed on their 7-acre lot that they removed. It was actually removed when it was sold to them, but we still had it on the record, so I'm just taking that off. NAC stays the same at 85,560, and we're just removing the NAC1 value from 5460 to 0. So the total goes from 91,020 to 85,560.
Move approval. Second. A motion second to follow recommendation and approve the STIP. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? John Hubbard.
All right. Mr. Huber called to complain about his assessment notice, but he was willing to do a full inspection of his property, which was necessary, as I found a lot of water damage, a lot of water intrusion to the foundation of the manufactured home, etc. There's more details. So the structure value is going from $220,810 down to $180,200 for the structures. So you have an overall assessment value change from $275,810 to $235,200.
Move to follow recommendations.
Second.
Approve the stipulation. Got a motion and second follow recommendation. Approve the STIP. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. IMO Land Trust.
All right. This is a piece of ground on off Beaver Creek Road. I talked about with the owner, and basically most of it is actually a hillside. There's really not anything. It's a very steep slope, and because of location, because of slope, access, I lowered the value from $33,100 to $15,540. There's quite a bit of issues with it as far as that.
Okay.
Motion to follow recommendation.
I can second that. Yes. Motion second to approve, call recommendation to approve the STIP. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Walt McVeigh.
All right, McVeigh has ag land in the county, and basically I missed putting the riparian buffer adjustment on, and that's what I did basically, is added that riparian buffer adjustment to his ag land. He's had it for years. So the land went from 134,670 to 129,320. The structure stayed the same. It's just getting that adjustment on.
Would you follow recommendation to approve the STIP?
Second.
Got a motion second to follow recommendation to approve the stipulation. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Meredith.
All right. So Debbie and Cal Meredith have property that's being improved upon in Apple Springs. And I have worked a STIP for them because it's just a long story. Okay, so I went to review the property during permit season just to see how things were going. Then they contacted me and said that they were having a problem with their first contractor, which then was turned over to the sheriff's department for grand larceny. In trying to seek out another contractor, somebody said that it would be their Christianly duty to help them out, and has done the same thing to them. But with that, the property has it has 2 engineering reports and contractor report. There's water damage in the bottom. They sealed over an egress window, which is leaking water into a bedroom/media room. So they have extensive issues with it, and it's possible they may end up having to tear it down once they get into it to know if the engineering is satisfactory on it. So they have gone, and so they're still in a partially built percentage. So they were at 481.90, and we're stepping them down to 375.130, as we feel there is still stuff salvageable, but they are in. So that is my recommendation.
This is in Boulder Canyon.
Apple Springs, yep, from
Apple
Boulder
Springs,
Canyon.
wow. Motion to follow recommendation.
Second. Then a motion to second, follow recommendation. Please discuss. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Melanie Austin.
The Osbergs owned a lot over in Whitewood, and it was incorrectly entered into our system at 22.71 acres, and it should have actually been 2.71 acres. So the correction is actually just reflecting the acreage difference, so it does change the value. So the NAC value will go from 115,130, and to reflect the NAC for 2.71 acres instead at 55,130.
Move to follow recommendation or approve step plan adjustment.
Second.
Got a motion to second to approve the STIP. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. O'Neill Family Trust.
Yep, David O'Neill owns the property at 12137 South Dakota Highway 34, which is north of Whitewood as you're heading towards St. Ange. His concern was that, one, the land was being overassessed for usable area. I actually sent him some comparable sales of rugged terrain with terrible access that sold for $550,000. So he was okay with his land value at $151,310 on the 34.77 acres. However, the structure itself that he lives in, he allowed me to do an interior review, and what it is it's a combination of a double wide and a stick-built property. A percentage of that double wide is still the original from, I believe it was 1989. And it does have some issues as far as water issues. And there is some settling from that mobile home that actually has kind of slumped that stick-built structure, the second floor. So it's kind of, yeah. Anyway, it was kind of a mess. So I am recommending that the NAC1-S value go from $330,750 to $252,310. So the overall value will go from $482,060 to $403,620.
Motion to follow recommendation.
Motion second, follow recommendation to approve the STIP. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Preacher Smith LLC.
Okay, so this one is that we're stepping it down to remove the structure from the property. The mini to home office was moved before November 1st of 2023. So we're removing the structure, taking it from 123,800 down to 64,270.
Okay. This is that piece, they had their office.
Yep.
Right around the corner.
Yes.
Just the side of the actual preacher's space.
Move with hollow recommendation.
Second. Got a motion second to follow recommendation of the STIP. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Red investments.
The Red Investments has a common area in the Twin Parks subdivision, which when it is not buildable according to plat, it will remain a green space. So we make adjustments for those as they are not, they don't typically sell them. They use them for parks and what have you. So the NAV value will go from $30,000 to $1,700, and we do that for every green space in the subdivisions. So it's equalized with everybody else.
Okay. I move to follow recommendations and approve the stipulated adjustments.
Second.
Got a motion second to approve the follow recommendation and approve the STIP Red Investments LLC. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? For another Red Investments? Same company?
It's Red Properties though.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
It's all right. We both had that earlier, so. Okay, so Dina called about her property that is two apartments upstairs and 3 altogether. And she agreed to a full inspection. So upon inspecting the property, we found that there's a lot of wear and tear, and so we lowered we increased the depreciation on it. So the property is going from $379,372 to $327,418.
Move to follow recommendations.
I'll second that. A motion second to follow recommendation to approve the STIP Red Properties LLC. Stewart Street and Deadwood, any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Van Rokel?
Van Rokel, he owns the storage shed right by, well, it used to be, they had the little golf place in Deadwood where it looks like a service station, old service station. He owns the little storage shed right in front of, what's that, the hotel?
Deadwood Gulch.
Deadwood Gulch, thank you. Yeah, yeah. So this was actually just platted out this last year, and he broke out the storage shed from the service station. And when we did that, we basically just should have put a note on there to go, but we didn't. Anyway, he allowed me to come inspect it, and I actually, valued it as a storage shed building, and came up with a new value for the structure. It went from $96,933 to $63,480. The land stayed the same at $76,320. So it went from $173,253 to $139,800 for the storage garages.
So you had an additional building in there prior to
So
that?
they've both been together on one plat. The service station looking thing, which was a golf place and kind of just a place to hang out.
It used to be a gas. There's a great big fuel tank set there.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
Ron
right across from
Iceland,
between Thunder Cove and.
Ron Iceland built it.
Oh, okay.
I think to have his cars
It's on
in
the-
there,
just off
and
the right away,
It's kind of a cool little property.
yeah. So he had bought this before, and he replatted it out to have those separate, and he sold the service station to someone else this year. And so he just has the storage garages, and really just needed to reappraise it as it was. So that's what I did.
Okay.
Motion to follow recommendation.
Second.
Got a motion second to follow recommendation to approve the STIP with Van Rokel. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion, any opposition? Motion carried. Well said. Start choking. Nice order.
Black Diamond Capital. So this is one of the casino commercial buildings downtown that they had appealed, the Lamont companies. This one I actually looked at some similar properties that it sold, and I thought, and it was really low effective age compared to some of the other ones. And basically I just raised that effective age a little bit to reflect that it was similar to these other ones. It really did seem a little high compared to what similar properties that it sold that were similar to it. So I kept the land the same at $232,650, I lowered the structure from 1,125,720 to 1,008,640. Reflects just a little bit more depreciation.
Okay. I'll move to follow recommendations and approve the stipulated adjustment.
Second.
A motion second for recommendation. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Crystal Lee.
So he has two parcels, same as the one earlier, he qualifies for ag exemption. We have a completed ag application and we have his lease as proof. So I recommend granting agricultural status. So we'll start with the first one, which would be 29-29. The abstract, the class would go from NAC to Ag A. It's just 1.41 acres. It would go from $51,230 down to $470.
So he's getting at least $2,500 of income off of 1.4 acres.
Well, it's connected with this other 65.12 acres on the next one.
Oh, okay.
So it's contiguous, so he can get.
Understand.
Percentage wise,
Percentage wise, what? How much is it going down?
land value, I mean, he's got 1 acre here and 61 acres here.
Welcome to ag evaluation. You should see Daryl Johnson's head almost explode every single time this will come up.
Motion to follow, second.
That a motion is second to follow recommendation approved step.
Okay, the next one is ends in
All
dash
those in
30.
favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion
It's the same deal, 65.12 acres will go from $242,360 to $19,660. The improvements, when you have ag improvements, you can get a $10,000 exemption on those as well. So the NAC one, the improvements will go from $32,940 down to $22,940, which brings the property total from $275,300 down to $42,600.
Yes.
Move we follow our recommendations.
Second. That a motion is second to follow recommendation approved step. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I'm gonna start rolling my grass
I was
clippers.
just gonna say,
Deer Mountain Sanitary District.
Those Wolford's like Brandon.
there you go.
I got egg production, I got turkeys and deer, I got all kinds of stuff. Oh, I got fish.
This lot is the water lot up on Deer Mountain. I don't know how they just got it this year, but we always value water lots close to nothing.
Of a utility lot.
Exactly. So they did catch it this year. So we are lowering the 0.74 acres from 52,500 down to 1,750. Because yeah, it's just got their big water tower.
Just like the green space lot you had earlier.
Exactly.
Motion to follow the recommendation.
Motion second to follow recommendation to approve the step for Deer Mountain Sanitary District. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Sawtooth.
They appealed their value. This is out on Gilded Mountain. They have a home out there. They did let me come do a complete inspection of the property. The only thing I really found that I could change was the upper floor. I'm assuming was probably drawn on our floor plan sketch from a blueprint. And when I actually got in the house, it was a little off. So I remeasured that. Other than that, they had a mech room in the basement that wasn't finished. It was just concrete rafters. So I took that off of the finished square footage of the basement. So it's not much, but they did agree to it. The land stays the same at $120,000. The structure NAC1 goes from $608,220 to $592,750, bringing the total from $728,220 to $712,750.
Move and follow recommendation.
Second. Got a motion second to follow recommendation approved step. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Lauren Benedict, or no, I'm sorry.
Ellen Coulter?
Oh, yep.
That's right. This is another one that applied for ag and was able to meet the state requirements that they needed. So this is NAC 24.9 acres. They actually own land adjacent to it. That's why they were able to add it to those ag acres. So the land went from $169,500 to $7,060.
Move to follow recommendations.
Second.
Yeah. Motion second to follow recommendations through the STIP. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
I love it when we have real estate agents on the board.
Now we have Benedict.
So Lauren Benedict is the same situation. He actually did qualify for ag and probably has since he's owned the property, but didn't realize it. There are actually two structures of the 2 land values. There's a 34-acre lot, and then he has an 8-acre lot. So the one ending in 40, is that which one we have first, or is it 60?
Yes.
40. Okay. I'm sorry, 30.
40
anyway,
and 30.
okay, 40 and 30, sorry. So we're gonna have some classification changes and a 10,000 exemption. So the land, the NAC-S on the 34.48 acres will go to AG-C. The 34 acres, 0.48 will stay. The land will change to 33,180.
He's on a different. You're on a different.
No, this is
part
right.
than I'm on.
I'm on 40.
Oh, yep.
Dash 40. Okay. So, and then the NAC1-S will change to NA-AM1-S because it is a manufactured structure. And that will stay at 135.10. The next value will go from NAC1-S to AG-C1 at $6,530. The NAC1-S valued at $38,260 will take on that ag building exemption. So it will go to AG-C1 at $28,260. And the last two NAC1-S values will stay the same classification and the same value. So the total value will go from $441,620 to $237,400.
Okay. I move to follow recommendations and approve stipulated adjustment.
Second.
Got a motion second to follow recommendation through the STIP. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? St. Benedict -30.
Yep. So again, we're going to have some classification changes here, but there will not be any exemptions on that property. So the NAC-S value of 95,000 on 8 acres will go to 7,710. And the NAC1-S will remain the same value, but the classification will go to NAC1A-S because that is also a manufactured structure. So the total value will go from 407,290 to 320,000.
Move to follow recommendations and approve stipulated adjustments.
Second.
Got a motion second to follow recommendation through the STIP. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Miller.
Okay, so Mr. Miller owns a property off of Centennial Estate Loop. That's off of Crook City Road. There were some issues with some square footage on the outbuildings, and there was a shed that was actually removed at one point in time. So this is to correct those. So the NAC-S value will stay at the 3.47 acres at $39,880. The NAC1-S value will go from $525,660 to $442,490, and that was also never mind. I was thinking of the wrong one. So the total value will go from 566,540 to 482,370.
Motion recommendation.
Somewhere there's a motion and second. Call recommendation. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Stall.
This is a modular home on a basement. When they moved it in, I never had been able to get in it. So when he called about the value, he agreed and we did a walkthrough in it. So I corrected the effective age, the plumbing fixture count, and I had the basement finish on in full. But when I actually walked through, there's a 13 by 24 unfinished mechanical storage room. So I just corrected that difference. They have since put on a back patio, concrete patio. I also added that. So the land classes, or the classes, will not change. The land will stay the same at 104,000, but the improvement value will go from 577,100 to 545,720 for a new value of 649,720.
Move to follow recommendations, approve stipulated adjustments.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and second to follow recommendation. Approve the stip. For Stall, any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Pearl.
The next one is out in the Chimmers. It was a new house. When it was first built, the appraiser did not get inside again. When he came in about his value, he said that there was a portion of the basement that had basically minimal finish, like a mechanical room, dog care room. So I did do a walkthrough on the interior of the house. I corrected the fixture count. I think I found 2 additional fixtures, but I also corrected the square footage of the partition finish in the basement. It's just the minimal finish in the basement. So the classes will not change. The land value will not change. The improvement value went down just a little bit by the time I did this. 783,190 to 779,650 for a total value of 893,880.
Motion follow recommendation.
Second. Got a motion second to follow recommendation. Approve the stip. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. ZN.
Property is located in Whitewood Forest Addition. It's a pretty large structure. When I was there as a new appraiser, I apparently got a little overzealous and made a mistake on the quality of construction. So I actually corrected that. The NAC value will stay the same at 73,860. The NAC1 value from 849,310 to 733,590. So the property total will go from 923,170 to 807,450. The quality of the structure was overstated and the depreciation was actually understated, so I corrected those upon an interior and an exterior review.
Okay.
Motion approved.
Second. A motion second to follow recommendation. Approve the stip. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Masterson.
Okay, so this is another lost camp appeal, but this gentleman was willing to have me do a full inspection of the property. This property has not been able to have an interior inspection. So when I got to it, I could see that I could raise the physical depreciation, and I corrected their square footage. But then I also added on and he knew that we would do this, is that we also, as a full appraisal, added on the components that were missing from the property. So the stip goes for the structure, the structure from 425,990 down to 416,912, with the overalls going down from 550, 990 to 541, 912.
Move approval.
The motion second to follow recommendation and approve the STIP. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Wheeler. We have a couple of the Wheeler ones.
Yep. So Wheelers have 2 mobile homes that sit across on Wyrick Lane from the, I guess, area. So she called because she has a lot of issues with water, rotting, siding. It's kind of, I mean, it's still livable, but there are some issues. So on the first one on 10, the NAC value will stay the same at 34,100. The NACM1 will go from 115,290 to 82,220. The total will go from 149,390 to 116,320.
Motion, follow recommendation.
Second. Motion second to follow recommendation, approve the STIP. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Second.
On 09, it's kind of the same situation. Windows are broken, bad siding, skirting, water damage to the one bathroom, which is now unusable. So the NAC-S value will stay the same at 33,750. But the NACM1-S will go from 62,880 to 35,140. So the totals will change from 96,630 to 68,890.
Move to follow recommendations and approve the stipulated adjustments.
Second.
Got a motion second to follow recommendation, approve the STIP for Wheeler. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Goodrich.
Goodrich has built a house in Spearfish off of Evans Lane. I was not able to get in it last year, so when she called concerned about value, she did schedule an appointment, and I did do a walkthrough where I corrected the size of the basement, square footage, and the finished area of the basement, because part of the house is crawl space, part of it is basement. I also corrected the plumbing fixture count. I believe I added an extra fixture. I also gave the property some functional obsolescence for super adequacy because it's overbuilt for the homes around it and the area around it. So the classes will not change. The land value will not change, but I propose the value go on the structure go from $1,019,950 to $832,190 for a total value $883,840.
Move to follow recommendation.
Second. Got a motion second to follow recommendation, approve the STIP. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Last but not least, East Dresden.
Chris Dressen. This property is located on Strawberry Hill. It's just right off to the side, actually, as you're driving up. Just got it signed. Oh, yeah, that's it. There it is. All right. So Mr. Dressen owns a property with a house on it right next to 385. But he also owns, they bought later on, a 17-acre parcel up the hill from behind his other property. The only way to access this property would be to go through his other property right in 385. And you know, he could grant an easement, but I went and walked it with him, and the amount of, he would basically have to, it would be a lot of destruction of his own property in front to be able to actually get to that back one. It's going to be pretty difficult because of the terrain and it's just, it's one of those, basically I lowered the value. To get to access to that, if he actually did sell it to someone else, he wouldn't sell it because it'd be so much destruction to his land, it just doesn't make sense. So I was recommending to lower the land from 66,210 to 54,080, just to account for a little more of that difficulty and basically make it a secondary value. There's not really a site.
That's what we talked about yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay.
Motion to follow recommendation.
I'll second that. Got a motion second to follow recommendation to approve the STIP. Addressing any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Do we have any other STIPs we need to address?
That's it.
Okay.
Up to 1:30.
We got about just over 10 minutes. At which time, and then who do we have going on? Smith, you said?
I think that's the first one.
Aaron Smith?
Yep.
Yeah, he's here.
Oh, is it?
And then you have one at 1:45, and that's Kennedy. And then I think 2 o'clock. Your next one, your Munoz, is at 2:30. Harwood is at 2, and Hayes is off.
Yeah. Well, she's told Mike she wasn't coming.
She's not coming.
But we'll still do her.
Consider it on the merits.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. But Mr. Smith.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Okay, who is the appraiser attached to this?
I am.
Okay. Do you want to start with what you did and why you did it, and then Mr. Smith can give us his appeal?
Sure. I think you probably have one of those, so I'll give you a fresh one. I just want to take them and pass them down.
Thank you. So this is a piece of property in Whitewood.
Yep.
Is that correct?
Yep, it sure is.
Okay.
So due to land sales in the Whitewood area, I increased the square footage amount from $2 a square foot to $3 a square foot. And that actually was citywide. Mr. Smith has a lot that is somewhat irregular, and he does have some issues as far as setbacks and buildable areas concerned. I did take that into consideration, and those have been adjusted, and it has been adjusted for those particular issues. He is only actually being valued as a 0.34 acre lot at $43,840, and that's the assessed value. The sales that I have are directly to the east of him, in the Twin Parks subdivision. So this is actually a newer subdivision in Whitewood. But those lots are selling at 0.35 acres for $80,000, 0.16 acres for $45,000. And that's actually, that second is in first edition, which is actually directly west of the subject. Then I have another one in original town of Whitewood that is located northwest of the subject on Pell Street. That's 0.15 acres, and that sold for $27,000. Then I have another Twin Parks subdivision lot, sale 4. That one sold for $35,500 and 22 at 0.20 acres. And then sale number 5 finally is 0.28 acres at $45,000. So with those sales in the market that we have in Lawrence County at this time, most of us realize that finding a lot for under $43,000 anymore is fairly difficult. And with the comparables that I have, I would recommend no change.
Okay, Mr. Smith?
Yes, underneath this property, first off, there is 2 high lines from Black Hills Energies going through property, which the setback on that is 17 foot on each side, which leaves a small sliver, being that it is a triangle piece, a small sliver on the bottom side. And if you cross over underneath the high line and go to the south, it gets steep. There is possibly a 70-foot elevation in a 90-foot area. There is 6 foot of gypsum underneath it. You have to, there is a piece of ground east of that they took a backhoe and they dug for 2 days and only got down 4 foot, which is required to get through the gypsum and put a base of 3 foot of rock in order to have a septic system for drainage, and they couldn't do it, so they got a waiver on that. Anyway, there is a large chunk of gypsum there. There's no access from the alleyway. It is a 14-foot steep grade to get up to the high line. Recently, the people from the maintaining the high line asked to just put a permanent structure up beside the high line, so the cable could access without driving on the land because it was too steep. The property is unlike any of these other properties. You can't get to it because of the 40 to 90 foot city lot in front of it. It was not known by me when I owned it until I tried to make it possible to put a piece of, put a house on it, that how worthless it was. I do not think it is worth that assessment which was put on it.
Okay. What do you think the valuation should be? I didn't have that. Right. I guess I probably do apologize. I'm looking back and forth between.
Well, I would access it to be no more than 32,000.
So about half of what the suggested the assessed value is current.
So your driveway goes through here? You get to the structure? Am I looking at that?
No. No, the access to this property would be down in that corner.
Okay. Comes off the road up there and then down.
Comes off the alleyway, yes. That alleyway is actually on somebody's property, not mine. They should have cut into the hill more to make that alleyway, but it wasn't done when they put in the alleyway.
Well, maybe you said, how long have you owned this property?
I've owned it since 2000.
And is Jacob Smith any relation to you?
Jacob Smith bought it from me in a year ago. He is my son, so I had it plotted out and divided, and I was going to keep that piece, but the city of Whitewood made it that I couldn't put a mobile home on it. I was unaware that I couldn't because there is so many in the area. They said I could put a modular, but I cannot get a modular up over the high line and back down on my budget. have to lift it directly over the high line and go over the top, and set it back down on a foundation, and it was just past my budget.
Did you go to the Whitewood Board of Adjustment on this?
Yes, I did.
And did they must have denied it, that's why you came to us?
Just on not this year, no. No. I was asked to, since I do not live in Whitewood at the present time, it was taken out of Whitewood's hands and brought to here.
This one to me is a little interesting because the city of Whitewood did a subdivision, divided it. And you're saying they've put some restrictions on it that you can't afford, is basically what I heard you say, is that you can't do it within the budget that you want to spend to do what you want to do.
And Brandon, I was actually unaware of some of these restrictions. I did not realize that they had some of those, that they had put, you can't put a double wide in there, because he is correct. There are double wides around that area. So I don't know if they were grandfathered in, and this is something that.
Is that something you would take under consideration on the value of that lot?
I would, yeah. With the issues that he has and the gypsum and all of that kind of stuff, I was unaware of the gypsum as well.
Could I ask our attorney, would it be appropriate for us to table this? And then we can address it, because we have basically 2 meetings. This is the first one, and we have the next one. Would you like to get that information to Carmen and have a discussion and see if we can come to an agreement?
April 23rd.
On what we call a stipulated adjustment of the assessed value, and then and then if you're still not happy with it.
Last year when I went to them, they said that there was modular homes only, no mobile homes.
Sure.
So that is according to the new updated standards that they wish to assess to Whitewood to cut down on mobile homes in town.
Sure. What I'm saying is there's an opportunity here, if you'd like to take it, that we would just pause where we are right now. We'd have 2 weeks before our next meeting. You could have a discussion with the gal who's handling your assessed value.
Mm-hmm.
And if you give her all that information and she confirms it with the city of Whitewood, there's some things that she can do to adjust that price differently than it is.
Okay.
And then if you're still not happy with the number that we come up with, or that their office comes up with, you still have the opportunity to come back at the next meeting and say why you don't agree with it at that time. So so basically you've got a chance to work it out in the office before we take an action on it. Otherwise we just take action on what it is. But this will give you a little more. Now that she said she's heard some information here that she didn't know to take into account, that she'll have that opportunity if you'd like to take that.
That would be fine, sir.
Okay. Then what we'll do is we'll just table this one if we get a motion to do so. Which would mean we'll put it to the next one. If we find out you guys come to agreement, we'll come in and ratify that agreement. And if not, you can come in at that time and continue the discussion.
I move to continue.
I would second that.
Okay, we have a motion second to continue this item until the next meeting to give the petitioner an opportunity to discuss with staff a possible stipulated agreement. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. And if you agree to it, great. If you don't, if you can call in, you can come in. It'll be, I'm going to guess we'd probably be somewhere.
Right now,
I'm going to say probably 11-ish, just because off the top of my head, 10:30 or 11 in the morning, if that's a possibility for you.
Yeah.
Okay. And we'll get that time worked out. Hopefully you can get something worked out, but if not, it'd be what is that date, Bruce? The 23rd.
So right now, without planning and zoning has already done meeting for the month. So right now, the last appointment is Amber at 9:30. So it could be a little bit easier. And we'll confirm that in the next couple weeks. We'll visit with Carmen. Okay.
All right.
And I'll visit with you, Aaron. I'll call you and we can have a discussion.
Okay.
And you can give me that information that you have with the issues with your lot. And what I will do is I will take those, confirm them with Whitewood, and see if there is something I can do to adjust that $43,000 value. Okay. So when we're done here, because I have more people coming in, well, I'll call you probably tomorrow sometime if that works for you.
That would be fine.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for coming in.
I'd like to say, hope to see you in a couple weeks, but hopefully get it worked out and I don't see you in a couple weeks. Have a good day.
Thank you for coming up.
Thank you. Okay, so do we have, is Kennedy here? Okay. Is that the next one?
Yeah.
Yep, if you'd like to.
You want
who's-
the accessory go first or the test?
Okay,
Okay, whichever.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want one? Oh, sure. Alright. So this house at 410 Spark Street, I actually did a walkthrough on it last week. And we did a stipulation as well. There are 2 plumbing fixtures that are removed because of plumbing issues. So I removed those from the record because they're not working. And then this is a list of comparables. So the first sale is their sale. It was in 22. It was built in 1938, 1.5 story, 1,200 square feet. It has a 616 finished basement. They bought it for $240,000. I have it assessed right now at $142,410. The stipulation, if that's okay, I can go through the stipulation. With taking the 2 fixtures off.
Is this a stip or is
Yeah.
this? Okay, so you agreed to the, what she's doing? Oh, okay, so we're doing a stip. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The stip, the land would stay the same. The structure value would go from $128,440 to $125,990. So the property total would be $139,960.
Okay. And that was you agreed to that, to what that stipulated adjustment was?
Right.
And you felt because the fixtures that justified that price?
Yep.
Okay.
She would also still like to speak.
I do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And, you know, maybe this is more of a, just a concern that I have in a general way, because, you know, my husband and I bought our first property in the area, which was in Lead, about 22 years ago. I guess it was 2001 or 2002. And prices were very low then. But we did note that the mill rate or levy, I'm not sure exactly what it's called, in Lead is pretty high. And what we were told, and I can't even really speak to this in an educated way because I don't know a lot about it, but it was high because there were a lot of residents, but not a lot of businesses and industry to shoulder the load of that. And Homestake was gone at that point. But what we felt was because assessed values were low, it was manageable. But now what I'm seeing in just the last few years, that's changing a lot. And I'm going to read what I have because I did prepare something. I think it'll go faster if I just read it. So first of all, I guess I have a question about who makes the decisions about how much, what percentage assessments are going to go up for each property. Who does
The market.
The market. Okay, but there's somebody that puts it into action.
It's
So basically,
their office watches what sales are. Then I'll let, yes.
Yeah, the state requires us to get 100% of market. We attempt
to get up to that, but we don't. I mean, we try to get around 85%, but the state requires 100%. So if we don't get to that 100% of market value, then the state will actually increase values countywide with a factor. They'll say, okay, you didn't get to 85%, you got to 80. We're going to put a 1.2 factor on everybody's value in the county to bring it up. So we attempt to, looking at the market and different, so lead is definitely different than spearfish, and look at them all differently. To go, okay, we'll look at the sales and lead, how much does it have to go up to get to that closer to 85 to 100%, right? So that's why we moved the values up.
Okay, so our purchase price of this property 2 years ago was $240,000. Does that mean that we're looking at some year in the future that our taxes, the assessed value is going to be at that?
The assessed value, we're going to continue to try to move up. We didn't lead up all at once because it did all of a sudden just go poof. I mean, literally 3 years ago, we were probably around 90% to market value in lead. And then all of a sudden the next year, this year we started out at 55% is where we started out when we looked at sales. And we had been, and so we moved it up some. And it is a lot, but we didn't even move it up. I think we're at 68% now. We're still only at 68% of market value. And so we just wanted to keep moving lead up.
The short answer is the state would have you, if you paid $240, that we paid taxes, you would pay it on an assessed value of $240,000.
Yeah.
That's where the state would have everyone do it. To do it realistically that way is awfully difficult because everybody would get punched in the gut that very first year in taxes after they bought a house. Especially in the market that we've had where it just jump. The last 3 or 4 years it just went crazy. But that's your question was, is you paid $240, will it be $240 at some point? If things continue the way they were, it would be at some point, yes, it will catch up to itself. However, hopefully by then you'll sell it for $340 or something. I don't know. I'm trying to make lemonade out of this thing, but that's ideally the state would say if you bought it at $240, that's where it should be assessed at.
Well, that helps me to understand it, but I'm still going to go through this because even though I understand you're saying this, the state is behind this push to bring assessed values up to sale values. Okay, so the first year that we had it, or I should say we bought it in 22. So last year we got the assessment that said that the increase would be 18.24%. So our taxes went up by approximately 20%. This year the assessed value is going up by 30.7%. I'm not sure what next year is going to show. And I'm going to go get into our story a little bit too, because I just think this is a huge concern. Maybe, people at the state level don't understand or don't care where locals in Lead and Deadwood are. But that's my concern. And that is, we're all aware of high inflation, interest rates have gone up. That affects a lot of things, including the price of services, like if you have to hire a contractor, electricians, plumbers, etc. We need to make improvements on this property. And just to be clear, this is technically a rental property. So it's our second home. We can't homestead it. It's deeded to us, and it's our second home. But with taxes skyrocketing, I'm not sure how we are going to be able to do the repairs that we need. So like Cassie said, she went over and did a full inspection, and she did make adjustments because of the main floor bathroom, which is pretty much out of commission right now because of a water leak that happened a few weeks ago. But the biggest problem that we have is retaining walls around the property. And it's, how Lead is, 3 sides of our, well, actually 4 sides, but the one in the back isn't a huge concern right now. On 3 sides of the property, the retaining walls are coming down. I mean, literally, they are failing, they're falling. And our neighbors are falling into our yard. Ours are falling into our neighbor's yard as you go down the hill. And if you're probably, because you're doing what you're doing here, you probably are well aware of the failing retaining walls all over town in Lead. It's a disgrace. And not only does it look bad, but eventually it's going to affect the structures that it is holding up. And I know that Tassie explained that retaining walls are not taken into consideration when they do assessments. But you know it would affect the sale value if we were going to go and sell that home 5 years from now and we had repaired the retaining wall. I can't even imagine. It's in such bad shape right now. And prices have just increased so much since we purchased that property in 2022. We did have somebody come and look. I tried to get somebody to come to possibly repair or replace that retaining wall for us. Nobody would even come. I got one person to come, and he said it would cost $75,000 to replace it. And so you're probably wondering, why did we buy a home that we can't afford to fix? So this is where I'm going to go into what I wrote up here, and you may not have had a chance to read it, so I'm just going to go through it really quickly. So we purchased a home for our daughter, and that was because she was living in a tiny apartment, which was a slum, basically, because there's no good places to rent anymore. And she was unable to buy a home for herself and her 3 kids. She's a single mom. With the home prices being so inflated in Lead right now, it also drives up the price of rent. And so nothing was affordable to her that was appropriate for her family. So she is able to make the monthly payment, which is $1,666 on that home, and her son helps her to do that. We have a legal rent-to-own agreement with her, but the home is deeded to us. We pay the insurance and taxes. This tax increase that we're looking at, because we know that taxes are based on the assessed value, what if we can't afford to keep that between her and us? What happens to her family? And we're seniors getting ready to retire, so that doesn't make it any easier. So I just want to make a point of saying what the struggle is for locals who want to live and work in Lead and Deadwood. The city of Lead put a cap on the number of properties that are being used as short-term rentals, and I'm actually, I see the struggle of finding a rental, because that's what our daughter Lisa has gone through. But at the same time, I think a property owner should have the freedom to decide what they want to use their property for. I just don't think it helps anything that locals can't afford the burden of increasing rent or mortgage payments with large down payments, because you know what? People aren't making enough money here to afford that. And this is what I'm seeing. Out-of-state buyers are coming in and purchasing properties for cash. If you're paying attention to the market, you would see that. And that's what's driving up home sale prices. In turn, that's what's driving up assessments and taxes, as well as the cost of rent. There are no longer any good, affordable homes on the market. And I keep tabs on this all the time just to see, because we have 3 daughters in the area, Lead and Deadwood, and one of those daughters is going to be looking for a place to buy. We can't find anything for a decent house. And I'm saying it's not that there aren't things on the market for $130,000, but they're a mess. Who wants to start out in a home like that? They're basically around $300,000 to $350,000 if you want to get a decent livable home. So people who live and work in Lead are not experiencing increases to their income. Wages are not rising to match the cost of increased monthly bills, insurance, and taxes. A mortgage payment of $2,000 a month is a huge burden, and for most people, it's impossible for those who live and work in Lead. And if you're part of this community, and I just want to put it to you because you're the ones that I have to talk to. I would think that you would want locals to succeed here, but it just seems to me that the only ones that are succeeding are those that are coming from out of state to purchase. They're basically clearing the market of any affordable homes. And then this is what's happening to people who live here. Prices have gone through the roof, which makes assessed values go up, which makes taxes go up. Everything is going up, and it's a terrible situation for people who are in that position. And so I'm just leaving it with you. You know, there are going to be people who are going to lose their homes, and then who's going to purchase those homes? Out-of-state buyers. And that really concerns me. I don't think this helps our community. That's basically what I have to say, and I do accept the stipulation that Cassie prepared. I've already signed that. I just think that it's a really bad situation, and if anybody's got anything to say about that, I'd love to hear it.
Unfortunately, it's above our pay grade. We do what the state, you know, I was born in Deadwood. I grew up, I lived in Lead. I graduated Lead High School. The reason all those houses were cheap is because homes they closed and everybody had to sell their houses and they moved. So then some folks were lucky enough that lived around here to buy them. Other people found a stake and bought them. And again, I don't have that answer. Mr. Tisdale's been a realtor for a long, long time. I worked for him when I got into real estate years ago, and you saw the same stuff there. And I don't know where that answer lies. I really don't.
There really isn't an answer right now. I don't know what they try to build portable housing, well, it doesn't turn into affordable
No,
housing.
it's not. The $300,000 house is what they're calling affordable, but for many people, it's impossible.
Exactly.
But so I believe we had a motion to second to approve the STIP. Is that correct? Not yet? Okay. I apologize.
Move the follow recommendation on the stipulation.
Second. Got a motion to second to approve the follow recommendation staff and approve the stipulated adjustment to the assessed value. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. And thank you for your time and your input. I'm lucky I built my house 22 years ago. When you could still and not go backwards.
No, we can't argue with what you're saying.
No.
I mean,
Share your concern.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know how to limit new home value.
Yeah,
I think all these three, I think were born in Spearfish, if I'm not mistaken. Well, he might have been born in somebody's in his house, but no, Richard.
I was born in Deadwood.
Well, you were born in Deadwood. I was born
well,
in
yeah,
Deadwood.
that's the only hospital at that time. Yeah, me too.
The old homestay hospital.
Well,
But
I
yeah,
just see that it's part of a greater problem, but it is a huge problem for families. Like I said, my daughter's a single mom, and her kids are getting older now, but it's been a real struggle. She owns the flower shop in Central City. She has to work not only 6 days a week at the shop, she works 3 nights a week bartending just to make ends meet. I mean, how much is one person supposed to do?
Exactly. Yeah. Well, thank you again. I know we've got somebody coming in here shortly, but hopefully you can enjoy the afternoon.
All right, thank you.
That is a problem that we're gonna have to face though, right? Just for her to face, the rest of us gonna have to do too. And these people that made or have a lot of money to bring in here and pay, why it's hard to get beyond that then.
It is.
And the houses that they're using as comparables that they sell are different comparables now than they were 6 years ago.
Well, unless and until the state sets something up that says, okay, we're going to throw, well, they have the
150% rule.
but they're not outliers. Unfortunately, they're not getting one or two that are outliers. They're getting all of them that are up here.
Yeah.
And unless they can do something, okay, you're going to get a homestead if you've lived in this house X number of years, you're considered established. So we can lock you in at one fee, and then everybody pay these crazy prices or this other one. I mean, that's the only thing I could see is if the state threw something out that way. I don't know. Have you guys ever talked about any of that stuff? I mean, I don't know. What do you say to the people? It's like, yeah, but it's like, I've lived here. I lived in my house 20 years. Now I can't afford to pay the taxes on it because my assessed value is tripled or more. And it's like, I didn't do anything other than I cleaned up my garden and planted another one.
A lot of the problem comes from we could put a freeze on everybody's value at this point in time. We could say, okay, we're going to lower everybody's value to $50,000. What's going to happen though is the state will come in and they'll be like, nope, sorry.
No, that's what I'm saying is unless the state would have to do something to
so
lock
I
it
think
down. But
they would need to get rid of
It really, the
It's
assessed
different.
value really doesn't matter. It's
Yeah.
honestly the mill levies, I mean,
Yeah.
the budgets. So, I mean, we could put the assessed values at $50,000, but the mill levy then would have to go out to get
Sure.
the taxes.
Yeah.
So,
And the taxable
and-
value would be more.
And if
also.
you did that right now, you guys would go broke.
Well, so the only thing
Because
that comes to
you
my
can't
mind
raise
would
the mill
go
levy
to
right
the
now.
homestead.
Because of the tax base.
The homestead thing, where if you lived in that house for X number of
You'd have that.
years, that assessed value is then locked in at that number. The rest of the stuff can fluctuate as much as they're selling it every couple of years or whatever. And I don't have a clue. I don't know that I assume the state can kind of, I hate to say do whatever they want to do, but the governor seems to sign or make up whatever she feels like doing anytime she wants to. But
obviously, then even if we lock in those values, someone else is going to have
Carry the burden.
that's what I'm saying. I mean, that's what would happen.
Mr. Harvey is ready for it.
Okay.
We're on the California acquisition issue.
Okay.
We're doing our part, whether you believe it or not, though, we're keeping the values down, and that we're having raised the assessed value for quite a while, and if we're doing that way, that affects your taxes.
We want to let Alan go first? Okay.
Well, I
Or
mean,
do you
I
wanna-
can actually go first because I'm actually going to step his value.
Okay, and that's he just wants to
He wants to visit.
have a discussion.
Hi, Alan. This is Bruce Out. I work for the county commissioners. We're in a commission room. They're sitting now as the Board of Adjustment. So to paint this for you, we have the 4 of the 5 county commissioners in the room, and Carmen is here as well. And so can you hear us okay?
I can hear you great. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can. And so I'll defer to Chairman Flanagan for how he wants to proceed.
Hey, Alan, it's Brandon. We're gonna have Carmen go through the initial stuff, and then we'll go back to you, and then you can let us know what's on your mind. Does that sound all right?
And Alan, I should add, this is Bruce again, that your information has been provided to the county commissioners. So for example, they can see the reason why you cited for appeal was that the type of construction materials is not considered correctly in assessed value. I'll read that, so just so you know that they can see that.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, Alan, can you hear me? It's Carmen.
I can hear you great.
Okay, all right. So Alan was gracious enough to let me come and look at his property. And when I went and looked at it, there is clearly some depreciation that was not accounted for on his record. So even though Alan has not signed that stipulation, I am going to recommend the value change because one, it's the right thing to do. I do firmly believe that if he were to put the property on the market for $229,000, which was the original assessment, that he would not that would not be commanded on. He wouldn't get it on the market. So what I've chosen to do with that property is the land at the half-acre lot will stay at $50,000. And then the NAC 1-S value will go from $179,840 to $145,540. So the total change will be $229,840 to $195,540.
Mr. Harwood has not agreed to sign that stipulation?
I have not received a signed stipulation at this time. He, of course, has been traveling, so we haven't really had a chance to discuss. I did send it to him over email, along with some other information that he had requested. And I just haven't received it back. So that's fine.
Okay. Did you catch all that, Alan?
I did. I did get the stipulation when I signed it. I don't need stipulation. I'm fully aware of what a stipulation is.
I don't have. It may be in my email, but I do not have it with me right now.
She did say that was a condition for her to request. She did say that signing a stipulation was into her recommendation of value. I haven't had time to talk to her since she sent that over. We're out of town, but I mean, I called in for discussion today. I don't sign stipulations. I'm aware of what the stipulation is. I want to defer to discussion.
Okay. I caught part of that, and that you said you hadn't had a chance yet to talk to her since you got that.
Hey, hang on, let me get you off speaker.
There we go.
That'll make it better.
There we go.
So So she sent over the stipulation, and she said in the email that, you know, signing a stipulation's a part of getting a recommendation of lower value. And I understood all that, but I don't sign stipulations. I know what a stipulation is. I prefer to just defer to the discussion and roll the dice here.
Okay, what do you think your valuation should be?
I think we're in the neighborhood with the lower value, she said. My concern here is that, you know, the general process doesn't take into account for somebody that's ground out 50 years and never changed any of the technology in their house. I mean, I have 2x4 wall construction. I have single pane windows. I have HUD cabinet. I have HUD siding. I got T-locks. They haven't made those for 30 years. So I don't think 15 years of depreciation really factors in there. And I'm not asking for credit for deferred maintenance or anything, but Carmen is really good at explaining her job. And I understand the formula she's using and the cost per footages and everything. But I even kind of just did a rough side to side. And, you know, if you take into account, I got buffalo board sheeting on my house. I have a wood basement, like I say, I have 2x4 walls. If you factor all that in, and then you go to Menards website and you buy the absolute ghettoest window they got, which is still a higher technology than I got in my house, none of those cost per square foot apply to my property. I just don't have the level of technology that these houses that are selling close to me do. I mean, the house behind me, they got $20,000 in cabinets and they got brand new siding and steel shingles and all that stuff. I mean, there's no way it's apples to apples. And I understand that, you know, there's some wiggle room in there and Carmen puts the work into it, but she's still subject to a formula that just doesn't, my house doesn't fit in the parameters of that formula. I mean, it just doesn't. And my biggest concern here, I'm not trying to, you know, grind something into the ground over $3,000 or something. But my concern is if we're setting my value today on the idea that my house is comparable to a bunch of houses that have had way more improvements than mine has, and then I go ahead and improve my house, that compound, then, you know, we go from an improved compound now, and then it goes off percentage of that again, and then I'm paying improvement twice. So, and like I say, I'm pretty comfortable with her recommended. I mean, I'd probably think more like 185 than 195. But like I say, I'm not going to beat you up over pennies. When I got that assessment, I just didn't see. It's clearly I'm paying taxes on technology I don't own.
Well, and I hear you, Alan. The problem is you're paying taxes on what everybody else is selling their house for. We just had a long discussion with the gal before that. That's whether that's fair or it's not. And I would suggest it probably
fine.
isn't,
you
but
guys can go wherever you know, you guys know what you want, but I'll kick it up again. I mean, I read the equalization rules and I read the taxation rules, and it says they have to be based on the actual circumstances, and I'm willing to scrap over it. I mean, that's all there is to it. If you guys want to stick to your guns, then we'll just do another round of paperwork. It's no hard feelings.
Sure.
I just want you to be fully aware, Alan, that I did send you some administrative rules. Did you get a chance to look over those?
I haven't got those. We've been pretty committed to driving 1,200 miles in 30 hours.
I'm sure.
A lot of motion.
So I just want you to be aware that when I was at your home, we had discussed the replacement costs and we had discussed the Marshall and Swift cost guide that I was required to use. And in those administrative laws, which I did send them to you, I sent you everything from 6404-0401 to 6404-0410. And those are all those administrative rules that talk about the replacement cost and the cost guide service that is required by the state of South Dakota to use. Now, there's also a section in there that speaks about depreciation and my ability to make those adjustments based on the quality of construction and the depreciation of the actual structure due to, you know, either it being old technology, deferred maintenance, what have you. And I did try to take all of that kind of under the, I don't know, I'm losing my train of thought. But I just want you to be aware that I know you're upset about the formula and the requirements that we are used. I just want you to know that I am required by the state to follow those guidelines. And whether they be in the taxation rules or the equalization rules, they are in administrative rule, and that's what the state of South Dakota and the assessing officers have to follow.
Yeah, I know, it sounds like a bunch of, it's joy, but, so the state sets the stuff out, and then we get to try to administer it.
I don't think I was treated unfairly or that you singled me out against the rules. I'm just saying that I don't think that everybody else takes the same beating, that it's the way it's got. I don't think I'm entitled. I don't think I have to take it just because everybody else does.
Right.
And hasn't formed the same argument I have. I'm still forming the argument, and maybe I'm smarter than them, and I'll win it. But that's where we're going to head. Is we're going to keep arguing, and I'm ready to proceed with my perspective on the matter.
Okay. So
And,
you're saying you're thinking you might want to go to the state level on this one, which is the next after this, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Outfit.
That's one of the options, OHE, yes.
Okay.
Office of Hearing Examiners and Peer. That's typically where folks go.
Pardon?
The Office of Hearing Examiners is typically where folks go for their appeals. Those judges, they hear these kinds of appeals regularly, so they're well aware of what the laws are, and they're pretty sharp.
Sure.
Okay. So
stipulation
I mean, I'm okay with the 185, 190, somewhere in there. That's fine. But I mean, at the same point in time, I'm willing to keep arguing over it. You guys keep thinking that I'm at 200 and whatever.
Okay. I think Carmen proposed a stip at, was it 195 and change 194?
195, 540 would be the stipulated value.
And that would be what we're going to consider. And I guess if you sign it at that, then that's where it will be. If we agree to that, and if you decide not to sign it at that, then Mr. Alka can advise you as to what the next step might be, or Carmen can. So
yeah, and I'm fine with the 195 if that's what it gets set to, but I'm not going to sign a stipulation.
So I think what he's saying is, if you on your own reduce it down to that, he is not going to stipulate ever to that, because that's going to be a concession that he agrees.
Okay.
And he's not going to formally do that to keep his options open for appeal.
Does that work? We basically just set it.
Yep, just like you did with the
On
other
my
one.
recommendation.
Okay.
You ready for a motion?
I'm ready for a motion.
I would move that we follow the recommendation on stipulation.
Sorry. Okay, we have a motion and a second to follow the recommendation of Carmen and adjust the assessed value on this property down to 195, 540.
That's land and building.
That is land and building, yes.
Any
Correct.
further discussion from the board? Mr. Hart, I'm sorry, Mr.
I would be
Sleep.
willing to reduce it down to 190. They take 5 hours off of it.
Okay, well, we've got a motion on the floor. We'll see how if that passes or it doesn't.
Well, that's fine.
And then
I
we
just
could do
want
another.
everybody to know that.
Okay.
I want to second his motion. That sounds better.
All right. So we have a motion, a second. I'll do roll call.
Tisdale?
Aye.
Sleep?
Aye.
Nay?
Hey.
Jennings?
Aye.
Lund?
Aye.
So it got reduced.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
We have the official approval has been at 195, 540. And if it sounds like there's nothing that you necessarily have to sign on this, and if you're unhappy with that, there's another process. Otherwise,
next year.
Thanks for calling.
Alan,
yeah.
Brenda will actually send you a letter giving you some direction as to what to do on the next steps. It will be probably sent out the end of April.
Yeah. No, it sounds like all I got was the A's. I didn't get the N's or the Y's, but it sounded like that passed.
Oh.
If I grabbed
So
that.
three of us said yes to the 195, 540, and one said no.
Okay. So it looks like we're in the bar. Good doing business. That's all we needed. I'm happy. You're happy.
Good. Okay. That works. Good talking to you. Safe travels.
Thanks, Alan.
Thank you, Alan.
Thanks much. Appreciate everybody's time.
Bye.
All right, we have Mr. Munoz left, is that correct?
2:30.
They won't be here till do Jan Hayes.
Are there any other current, is there any that we still have the one to consider possibly for next week?
I think we have Jenny Hayes yet.
Yep, I can do Hayes quick.
Oh,
Is that, oh, it is on there? I thought- Is that canceled?
that one,
Yeah, she's not coming
it turned
in,
into
but
a, not turned into a.
Yeah, so she got her assessment notice and her value had gone up 42%, but it wasn't all market. She also lost agricultural status. And as we've discovered, that makes a big difference in value.
As one.
Why are you looking at me?
That's right, Ken.
Because you're the one whose eyeballs fell out of your head. Because that's what happened to me the first couple of years, but I eventually got numb to it.
So yeah, so the land and the loan went up some 3,000%, which contributed to her increase, her percent increase being outside of what that neighborhood would have had in general. So I called her and I explained that, and she basically just said that she wasn't going to withdraw her appeal because she's angry about taxes like everyone is, but that she wasn't going to come to the meeting. So we'll just run through these comps real quick. We had the subject at $507,580. It's now just on a 10.87 acre lot, whereas before it was part of like a 60-some acre lot that had it. It was built in 2005. It's a one-story house, good quality construction, 1,965 square feet, 4 bathrooms, a partially finished basement. It has a built-in garage. It's got a pole barn, an old ag barn, and a 3-sided shed. Comp number 1 is less than 1 mile from the subject. It sold in 23 for $412,000, and it's a very inferior home. It's older. It was built in 92. It's a better quality home. It's only 763 square feet. So it's lower quality, lower square feet, less bathrooms, less outbuildings, less refinements. It doesn't have a basement. It's still sold for $412,000. Comp number 2 sits on a smaller lot. It's within 3 years built of the subject. Similar quality of construction, pretty similar square footage. It has 1 less bathroom. It sold for $695,000. Comp 3, smaller lot, same year built, similar square footage, 1 less bathroom. It sold for $904,000. Comp 4, again, it's within 5 years of when the subject was built. It's got about 500 less square feet. It only has 2 bathrooms, and it has a completely unfinished basement. It sold for $580,000. Comp 5, again, the age of the home is pretty good, within 5 years. Again, less square foot, 2 less bathrooms, and no basement. It sold for $550,000. I mean, based on these sales, I see no way that I could recommend one. So I'm going to recommend no change.
So my question is, did somebody break the house off separate and then sell that so they don't have any chance to get egged? It wasn't.
Yeah, I think they moved it into like a trust, and when they did that, they platted that 10.87 acres off of the big ag parcel, and the ownership didn't match, so it's no longer contiguous, so they lost ag on the 10.87.
It'd be nice if those things got notated in the sale, but they often don't. I was talking with Commissioner Tisdale earlier. The condo that I have down in Orlando, my HOA doubled last year because of the rise in insurance, and they still have the old HOA fees because we had special assessment the first year, and now it's doubled. So when they're selling it, they say the HOA is like $300 and it's like $580 now. So when you buy it, it's going to be a nice sticker shock because it's not showing up in the sales.
Isn't that an issue with disclosure though?
You would think.
Florida.
Oh, well, okay, yeah.
Who knows what they got? I mean, not all states are like something.
Sure.
Make a motion, follow recommendation.
So yeah, does it stay the same then? Or did you change it?
I didn't change it at
Okay,
all.
so the recommendation
No
is
change.
no change.
Yep.
Okay. Did a motion second, follow recommendation, no change. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
Now, if we just move ag to
Yeah,
120
just-
acres, we'd have less heartburn.
They will be here in person.
What are doing?
I'm going to pause it for now, until 2:30.
That's a requirement instead of one of the two, meeting 2 or 3. It's like we're dealing with a piece of property in Top Shelf subdivision on the north side of Spearfish.
That's lot 10.
Thank you.
I guess I got a lot more in it.
Oh, okay, I'll pass.
Oh, I did too. I just
No, there are 2 pages.
Okay.
Stay together.
I'll just get one yours from there. So, thank you.
This is stapled together. It's supposed to be.
Okay. Just to give you some background on this subject property, these folks appealed to the state of Spearfish and have now come up to the county. They purchased the lot in the Top Shelf subdivision in August of 2021 for $135,000 and then built a new house on it in 2022. That went on the assessment rolls for 2023. It is a 1-story on-crawl space residence with 2,408 square feet of living area. The assessed value of the subject property of $742,280 is dollar per square foot, $308.26 assessed value. All of my comparable properties on this grid are from the Top Shelf subdivision, and they were all built between 2020 and 2022. The comparable sales also all sold within the 2022-2023 sales study range. So the first one, of course, is the subject property. Sale number 1 is the most comparable sale in the neighborhood, as it's a 1-story on predominantly crawl space. It does have a small basement of 501 square feet. 465 square feet of that is finished. It is also of comparable quality. Although it has less square feet of living area than the subject, it is very near $1 per square foot of assessed value and sale price. And the differences between those two could be components like porches, decks, number of bathroom fixtures. Okay. Sale number 1 sold in June of 2022 for $630,000. It is a smaller lot. It's only 11,500 square feet lot. The subject lot is 34,325 square feet. But there again, the house is comparable in that it's a 1-story over crawl space, although it is only the main floor, 1,686 with a small basement. And the subject is 2,408 square feet. Sale numbers 2 and 3 are also on Top Shelf Avenue, the same as the subject, in the near vicinity. Although they are 1-story with finished basements, their dollar per square foot of assessed value and sale price indicate that building a 1-story over crawl space is more costly and won't sell. The 1-story over basements and their dollar per square foot of assessed value and sale price would indicate it is less costly to build a 1-story with basement.
Less costly to build a 1-story with it.
The overall sale prices of all three comparables are in the $630,000 range to the $820,000 range, and the subject's assessed value of $742,280 is within that sale price range. If you look on the second page, I'm also presenting two properties that did not sell. I am presenting them because they are in the top shelf. They are 1 stories over crawl space. And the Munoz's concerns are being assessed the same as everyone else. So one was built in 2020, one was built in 2022. One has a larger lot than the subject property. One has a smaller lot than the subject property. The square footage differences on the living area is one is 1,466 square feet. That comes out to an assessed value dollar per square foot. If you look at the bottom of that Schmidt property, is $334.01 per square foot of living area assessed value. The next one over is 1,965 square feet, so a little bit bigger, a little bit closer to the subject's size of 2,408 square feet. But keep in mind, it's a smaller lot. The dollar per square foot of assessed value